You should be good to go. Thanks, Chris. All right, Council, it's 5 o'clock, time to get down to work. Today, we acknowledge that this event is taking place on the traditional territory of the Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island, including the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Ojibwe peoples, and on lands connected with the Lake Simcoe Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818. This is the home of a diverse range of Indigenous peoples whom we recognize as contemporary stewards of the land and vital contributors of our society. And we will start off with the adoption of the agenda. It is moved by Deputy Mayor Hall and seconded by Councillor MacLeod. The content of the Strategic Initiative Standing Committee agenda for June 3, 2020 be adopted as presented. And any comments or additions before I call the vote? Seeing none, I will call the vote then. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Declarations of pecuniary interest. Does anyone have a declaration? Seeing none, if you find yourself in that situation as we progress, just let us know. Deputations, we have 2 deputations on the schedule this week. 4.1 is the weekly closures of Simcoe Street for patios and booths. We have Cassie McKell from the Lowdown Bar and Susan Cook from the Blue Mountain Foundation for the Arts. Sarah, do we have, well, there, I see Cassie present there. Great. All right, Cassie, I'm going to pass it over to you then. You have the floor. And I'm going to have to check with the clerk. My understanding is it's a 10-minute time limit. Is that right, Sarah?
That's fine. Susan and I can speak quickly here, and we'll work with the 10-minute time limit.
All right. I don't want to rush you, but yeah, you've got the limit to work against. So we're just pulling it up for you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, so I'm Cassie from Lowdown Bar. Myself, along with a group of different business owners and property owners and artists who are all located along Simcoe Street, have been speaking over the last couple of weeks about the idea of proposing a pedestrian street along Simcoe Street. So the idea is to have it running down the 2 blocks of Simcoe Street. We can go forward and slide there. So the idea is to have it running around the 2 blocks. We would propose maybe a 4-week trial period, running this closure from Thursdays to Saturdays. And this would be a complete full day and evening closure that we're proposing. Originally, the idea of when we're proposing this has been tossed around, but things are starting to look like patios may be opening sooner than later. So we are hoping that we could move this along with the Ontario guidelines. Today, Ford announced that within the next week, there should be an answer whether restaurant patios will be able to open sooner than initially expected. So you can go ahead. So the idea of this is to create a safe zone where pedestrians can come downtown and support local businesses while still being able to maintain the 2 meters apart and social distancing. The idea is that restaurants could expand their patios onto sidewalks. Artists could set up booths along the sidewalks, and any other businesses along the area could also set up, their retail up at the front of their business, so people are able to walk along and view each business. So you can go ahead. Here's just a couple screenshots of Simcoe Street of each block here. So again, what we've said is that maybe on the sidewalks, we could have all the restaurants and booths and the pedestrians being able to move up and down the street freely, but being able to spread out. You can go ahead. A couple of the restaurants that we've been speaking to that can definitely expand their patios and take advantage of this. Prime 79 up on the corner. We've got Lowdown, Black Bellows, and Espresso Post Petite. And go forward one more slide, if you may. And other businesses and property owners, as well as many artists, we've been communicating and have said that they're in favor of this as well. So this is a list of other businesses that we've all spoken to. So we can go ahead and we'll skip one more, and then I'll let Susan take over to speak on behalf of the arts community.
Okay, my name's Susan Cook. I'm with the Blue Mountain Foundation for the Arts, and I'd like to thank council members for allowing us to make this presentation today. As Cassie has said, our concept is a pilot project, street closure from Hurontario Street to St. Paul. We were thinking it would be August, but if the province allows us to open earlier, we will do so. We'll make ourselves ready for that. We do have the support of the BIA. They did pass a motion of support for this initiative, as well as our neighboring businesses, as Cassie has said. We can't provide you with all the details because we need your help to establish the details and what the rules are. However, we do envision cafes operating to curbside and artists displaying art intents on the sidewalk. And that would allow pedestrians to pass one way on one side of the street to allow social distancing, and the other way, say, going west. There are examples of street closures around the world, and I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel in Collingwood. And what is it about Simcoe Street that would make it a good fit? The street has been previously closed for festivals, and 3 were planned this summer. The majority of businesses there represent arts and entertainment. It's considered a cultural area with entertainment, food, beverage, visual art, and literary art. As the manager of the Blue Mountain Foundation for the Arts, I represent over 150 artists, and I can't speak for everyone, but most artists have a precarious existence and a second job. Like other businesses, we are hurting. Our recovery is going to take a long time. The gift shop represents a small part of what we do, but it does offer artists the opportunity to display their art and sell art to customers in that space. With COVID, that space has become much smaller, and at best we may be able to have 2 people in the store at a time, and that's really not viable. Closing Simcoe Street for a few days a week would allow us to erect a tent or 2, providing artists with a space large enough to accommodate proper distancing. And we think there is ample space to allow other artists in the community who would like to participate on the street as well. We think it would be an ideal location for some form of the farmers market this summer. And on that point, we would be happy to work with town staff and the BIA to bring this to fruition. We do not want to divert foot traffic from Hurontario Street. The natural traffic pattern has always been north to south or south to north, but we do want to provide additional opportunities for visitors to remain downtown for a longer period of time. We hope that you will consider our request, and we want to create a vision that works for the community. Any questions?
I will look to council. You guys came in way under budget on the time, so we'll see if we have extra time for questions then. Council, any questions for our presenters? Yes, go ahead, Councillor McLeod, and I see you also, Councillor Hamlin.
I'd just like to thank our deputation for putting together such a good-looking presentation and for spending the time with us. I believe some of what you're talking about is being discussed later in our meeting, and we're happy to have had you here. Thank you so much for putting so much thought and effort into it.
Thank you for listening to us.
Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I was wondering if we needed to make any kind of or give any kind of direction to staff now, or whether we will be dealing with this in the context of the report we have later in the agenda.
Yes, this is right within the 4 corners of the task force recommendations, and there are 3 options being brought forward for test projects. So I would certainly invite our 2 deputants, Sue and Cassie, to stay tuned, and you can comment as well under that section in the agenda today. But the street closures is one of the recommendations of the task force and will be dealt with in this meeting. So thank you very much, and I invite you to stay tuned, and you're certainly welcome to speak at that point in the meeting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hall, sorry, before I let you go.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. I just wanted to convey through you to the other members of council and those who may be watching that This same presentation was made a week ago Tuesday to the BIA annual general meeting, and it was well received. As Susan Cook from the BMFA mentioned in the presentation, there was a motion that was put forward to acknowledge and accept and promote the concept. And at that time, a compliment to all those who were in attendance. There was very good discussion back and forth, a lot of very good questions, etc. And I would say general enthusiasm for the concept overall. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
And thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that update on the BIA presentation. So then we will move to our next deputation, creating more livable, sustainable communities. We have Mark Wessel. Mark, is Mark in our waiting room?
Yes, he'll be joining us momentarily.
Thank you, Clerk. So Mark's presentation was circulated, and there's Mark now. Welcome, Mark. You've got you on mute there. There you go. So
can you hear me okay?
Yes, we've got you, and you have 10 minutes. So I will pass the floor over to you.
Okay, thanks. If you could just throw up the PowerPoint, that would be a great starting point. So thanks, council members, for letting me have an opportunity to speak to you today. I thought I would start off with a slide that I actually used for a presentation that ties in with making where we live a better place to live. It actually started not too long before COVID-19, so ironically, it's shut down now too, along with you know, a lot of other business initiatives. In the slide, you may recognize the story that's appeared in On the Bay last fall. Just to kind of familiarize yourselves with some of the work that I do. So I'm an urban journalist who lives in town, and I've been writing about sustainability, doing consulting and public speaking over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. Can we move to the next slide?
Chris, can we get the slide advanced, please?
Okay, great. Yeah. So yeah, this is one of the first articles that I wrote 5 years ago, and it was tied to a study tour in Bristol and Copenhagen. And those cities are both European green capitals. Next slide, please.
No, we lost it.
I'm here.
Chris, we'll get that back for you, Mark.
Yeah, I've got quite a few slides, so if you could just move things along every time I kind of mention, that'd be awesome. If you could, next slide, please, Chris.
Mark, I don't want you to lose your timing here, so maybe if you keep going, we'll do our best to keep up with you, but I don't want you to lose momentum here.
Okay. All right, so I guess the challenge is I'm using the slides as kind of an intro into what I'm talking about. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so Chris, if you could back up to number 3, I think it is. One more. Okay, so yeah, sorry. So next slide. So this is just another media source that I write for based out of Europe. And it's one of the more recent ones because it ties in with what we're talking about today, and that is the need for more public space. Also goes hand in hand with better air quality, maybe more applicable for big cities. But what I want to talk about today is just throw out some suggestions in terms of how we could make better use of our downtown area and learn from what other communities are doing in different parts of the world. Next slide, please. So I thought it was an appropriate quote from Albert Einstein, you know, in every crisis lies an opportunity. Next slide. So what I wanted to focus on today, or what I've come up with, are 4 opportunities for Collingwood or for any other community that's dealing with COVID-19 for that matter. Next slide. So the number one thought is that we really have an opportunity to learn from other great community initiatives that are taking place right now in response to COVID-19. Next slide. So this is actually a website, and I'm happy to share it with council members later. And it's an initiative in Rotterdam where they're allowing any streetfront businesses to set up additional decking to significantly increase their deck space. And in the past, they just did this with restaurants, but this time around, they're allowing it for basically any business, whether it's a clothing store or a novelty shop, to set up additional decking that goes out onto existing parking. Next slide. So, and here in the city of Oakland, they've actually garnished headlines from around the world because they've actually established over 100 kilometers of slow streets. You've probably heard of that theme. And it kind of ties in with our trail network in town and our road system, and the whole thought of what can we do to encourage more people to go into the downtown area using their bikes or foot power versus cars, because, you know, if we're going to take space away from cars in the first place. Next slide. So this is actually an example of what they're doing in Oslo. Well, this is a picture taken last year because they have an ongoing process where they're closing parts of the downtown, and they've done tactical urbanism whereby they've temporarily closed down parts of the downtown, but based on the overwhelmingly positive response, they're actually now starting to close sections of the downtown off altogether. And as you can see here, they're actually leveling the road so that people on wheelchairs can navigate the street easier as well. Next slide. So the second opportunity I think the town can look at is, or should look at, is addressing some of the existing obstacles we have to getting people downtown using active transportation in the first place. Next slide. So one example of this is the here on Ontario Street at this intersection. And Mayor Saunderson, you may have experienced this yourself. So if you come up to the intersection, if you don't have time to press the button before it turns green, then basically, as you can see here, then you're not able to cross the street until it turns red again, and you have to press it again. Next slide. Also, what we're finding is we have bike lanes. Some of them are on busy streets like this one, where people just aren't riding their bikes, and the paths or the markings are actually getting worn off by vehicles. Next slide. So as a consequence, what happens is a lot of people are riding their bikes on sidewalks. So it's kind of a, not the best or most ideal solution. Next slide. And then, of course, we do have an amazing trail system that's often intersected by roads. And what you have are situations like this, where the priority right now is given to cars versus people crossing the road. So I have to wait for the cars in order to cross. So wouldn't it be lovely if we had hash marks and, and cars had to stop so people continue on their way, making their way downtown. Next slide. And this is probably my least favorite sign in Collingwood. Why can't we have a situation where we turn that sign around and the sign reads, traffic yield to pedestrians? Again, just in the spirit of making the community more pedestrian or active transport friendly. Next slide. So what they're doing in other communities are they're setting up temporary markings for protected bike lanes, for street crossings. Next slide. And they're also setting up bollards on streets to encourage more people to get out. And I can share with you studies that show that 40% more people will actually get out on a bike lane if it's protected. So it's something we might want to consider, even though I don't believe it's currently included in the bike plan that's on the table. Next slide. So the third opportunity I think we could look at is how can we better leverage our existing strengths? Next slide. So we all know we have this amazing trail system and proximity to nature. Next slide. And we have a strong arts community, even young people. One of the things I love about our trail system, and many of you may have noticed it, is we have these painted rocks all around our trail system. So obviously families are getting creative and trying to encourage people to weather the current crisis. Next slide. And I think that also ties back in with, what was spoken about previously about, the arts and supporting our arts community more. I love this part of our trail system as well, where it's another strength, and it's called Story Walk, and it's an international movement, and Collingwood just happens to be part of that. Next slide. So in Antwerp, this is a city that I visited a few times, and the thing that jumps out at you there is they have public art that they celebrate everywhere. Next slide. So what they've done with that is they've actually created public art apps. And I think it's particularly relevant during current times because an app like this encourages people to navigate the downtown area and explore the beauty of the town and the art that we have already. So we could be in a situation where we partner with the local artists, encourage more public art, whether it's on the side of buildings, or some cities like Hamilton and Toronto have actually painted the switching boxes for a lot of the downtown areas and turned those into works of art as well. Next slide. So this is a park in Beijing, and it's a calisthenics park. So obviously this was taken before COVID-19, but it's another thought that we might, want to, an idea we might want to look at in the future, where we set up a calisthenics park so that more people are encouraged to get outdoor, get active. And if we don't do something like that now, then next slide. Then we might want to consider something like this, which if some of you may be familiar with this, but it's in Penetanguishene. It's their waterfront park, and they have a calisthenics trail, okay, that encourages people to go along. They can run, they can walk, and work out at the same time. Again, something that we might want to consider in Collingwood as well, and another way to get people moving into the downtown area and throughout the community. Next slide. So the last area or thought is to build for today with tomorrow in mind. So if we start to experiment now with closing parts of downtown, doing more things along our trail system to encourage people to get downtown through active transport, think about the future. Think about 5 and 10 years from now, like what we do now, how that could impact on what the quality of life of Collingwood, in the future. So next slide. So what that might mean is if we try protected bike lanes temporarily, that we implement permanent protected bike lanes similar to what they have here in Vancouver and other cities in the world. Next slide.
Coming up on 1 minute. Just keep mindful of the time.
Almost there.
Okay.
In Oslo, what they've done as part of closing down is they've introduced streets and places to sit. Next slide. They have movie nights in the downtown area. Next slide. This is in Byward Market in Ottawa, where they have pop-up playgrounds. Again, this is a post-COVID idea, but it ties in with the idea of having more space in the downtown area for the public. Next slide. This is like a yoga class in Toronto, again, part of their Open Streets program. Next slide. So just to summarize the 4 areas, learn from other great community initiatives, address existing obstacles, better leverage your strengths, build for today with tomorrow in mind. And I guess my parting thought is the next slide, and that is Carpe Diem Collingwood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. That excellent presentation. And I will ask Council if you have questions for Mark. Is there any? Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Comey, and then I've got you, Councillor Doherty.
Sorry, I couldn't find, my cards are somewhere on my desk. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Wessel. Wow, loved everything about that presentation, from the big button issue that we've had residents bring up to so many of your concepts. And I think what's really neat is you start to circle closer to home. So a lot of these great ideas from Europe been around a while, but everywhere from Barrie to Toronto in a COVID world have been adopting them. So just thank you so much for the amount of effort that went into that presentation. It was thoroughly enjoyable. Thank you.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Worship, and I will echo Councillor Comey's comments of deep thanks and gratitude for putting together that presentation and for reminding us of what is possible in other communities if we have a will to do it. Most of these items have been brought up in the past. So the crosswalks on Main Street, automatic walk signals, more bike lanes, better markings, all of these have come forward in the past. Maybe now we can take advantage of a very bad situation and make it a real growth situation for the town of Collingwood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Go ahead, Councillor McLeod.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Wessel. Did you say that 40% of people would be more likely to ride a bicycle if there were protected lanes? Though I was looking, it was when the bollards were up. Was that the figure that you cited?
Yes, I can dig it up for you. There's studies been done. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the university, but it's quite a legitimate source. And their findings were, everything from the fact that men are more likely to ride on a road that's unprotected. Women tend to be much more intimidated. Children, just forget about it. Overall 40% more people would ride a bike within a community if those lanes were protected. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other questions, Council? Mark, thank you very much for your presentation. You may find some of the strat plan initiatives interesting, and that's coming up later. We do have the active transportation plan, and our trail committee has just changed its name, and the mandate is being broadened. So we're hoping to start to implement some of the very things you've been speaking about. And it's interesting that, as you said, in a crisis, it can be a catalyst to spurring some changes. So we hope to take advantage of all that. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
All right then, Council. So that brings us to item 5, staff reports, and item 5.1, T20 20-6, the 2019 Statement of Development Charge and Cash-in-Lieu of Parkland Reserve Funds report. And I will pass this over to CAO Skinner to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm going to ask Treasurer Leonard to talk to the next 3 reports. The first 2, as you introduce them, and the first 2 are standard reports that we produce each year. And the third one is an interesting COVID piece that was requested by Council for an update. So with that, I'll actually turn it over to Treasurer Leonard to walk us through those 3 one by one as you introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Treasurer Leonard, are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
The first report that we have is a standard report, Statement of Development Charge Reserve Funds, which is a legislative requirement. And before anybody looks at the bottom number of $29,369,813, these reserves are all legislated purposes, so we cannot use them for any purpose other than what they have been established for in the development charge study that we did prepare last September. So in 2019, we began the year with $20,484,000. In the there were 13 reserves then, but during the development charge study, they were collapsed into smaller numbers. We collected almost $10,500,000. The interest income that was allocated to those funds was $596,000. We spent in the operating fund, we transferred $303,000 to the operating fund, and those funds are used mostly for the libraries, debenture and material purchases, mostly for those. And we transferred the $2.2 million into the capital fund, so that our year-end balance is $29,369,800 and change. And out of those amounts, the 2020 budget committed $8.9 million worth of that balance. The next item is the Parkland, well, we call it Parkland levy, but it's cash in lieu of Parkland. We have not been taking as much of that as we did in the last 10 years, I would say, before this. The beginning balance for that reserve was $286,500. We collected $75,500 in charges. The interest earned was about $7,500, and we transferred almost $9,000 to the capital acquisitions, and that was used for the accessible dock. The full report itself outlines each of the reserves that we have and what they're used for, what they can be used for. There is a reporting template that provides you with a breakdown of each transaction that went through each individual reserve, as well as the ones that went to debentures and the credits that we have on for developers that are out there. And we're down to our last $50,000 in credits that we would owe developers at the end of December. And I think those are pretty much the highlights of the report.
All right, thank you, Marjorie. This is a committee meeting, so before I put the resolution on the floor and open the questions to council, I'm going to invite a member of the audience who might like to speak to the report that we've just received. Sarah, do we have any member of the public that would like to speak to this item?
Certainly, through your worship, to any of the attendees, if you are wishing to participate, please press the raise your hand feature and we will unmute you, or you're welcome to enter your desire to speak through the chat. At this time, it does not appear that we have anybody wishing to speak.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. So then we will put the item on the floor and open it up to questions from council. And it's moved by Councillor MacLeod and seconded by Councillor Comey that staff report T 2020-6 2019 statement of development charge and cash in lieu of Parkland reserve funds be received for information. Council, are there any questions for the treasurer or staff about this report? Councillor Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our treasurer. The report indicates there's almost $600,000 in interest earned in 2019 on our development charge funds. I was wondering how those are allocated to the different funds, different development charge funds, if they are.
Through you, your worship, every reserve fund that we have, whether it is development charges, the other obligatory type reserves that we have, or the reserve funds that we have established, the discretionary reserve funds that we have established, are allocated a proportion of all of the investment income that we earn during a year based on their balances and their average balance, I would say, for the year. So last year we had, and last year was a good year for interest rates. We were earning at 2.35%. And I think the total that we had available for allocation was in the range of about $2.3 million.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Council, any other questions for the treasurer? Seeing none, then I will, go ahead, Councillor Doherty. You're muted. Councillor Doherty, you're still muted.
My apologies. I wanted to make a comment in regard to the cash in lieu of Parkland account. And I want to comment that This account has one of the smallest balances of all of our development charge accounts. And it sort of illustrates to me the opportunity cost of a small amount of money that's collected in lieu of loss of green space. And I would love to know what the opportunity cost is in that regard, or the comparative cost of loss of greenhouse gas absorption, etc. No, we're not going to resolve that today, but I was quite surprised to see how small that account was compared to what we have potentially given up.
I will look to Marjorie for an answer, but I think she indicated that this has been a declining practice over the years, so that the amount is declining because we don't take cash in lieu of to the extent that we used to. But I will ask the treasurer to comment on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, you're correct. We have been the larger the monies that we collect here are perhaps on the building of maybe a duplex or something along those lines. It's not from the subdivisions. When we've been getting the new subdivisions coming online, we've always taken the Parkland dedication as opposed to requirement for cash in lieu. But as I say, there are some types of those buildings that we don't get. We can't set aside a portion of their land for a park, so we take the money. That money then we would use for growth-related equipment purchases. We may put a swing set, or actually the one thing we did do, we used, as I say, this year for the accessible dock kit down at the harbor. So there are equipments that relate to repairs or rehabilitation or increases in equipment that relate to growth that the Parkland levy can be used for in that way. So we have been tending in the last definitely 3 to 5 years of accepting the Parkland as opposed to the money.
That's a good trend. Thank you, Marjorie. Are there any other comments or questions, council? Seeing none, then I will call the vote on this report. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next report is 5.2 T2020-7, the 2020 final tax rates. And I will pass it back to Treasurer Leonard. Marjorie?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is another one of those housekeeping things. The way that the legislation works, we have to have our final tax rates passed by June 30th. However, Simcoe County has been a longstanding practice that we have the rates passed by the 15th of June, so they're included in the Ontario property tax assessment roll in time for the June 30th. So I apologize for bringing this on the deadline date, but it is what it is. For 2020, we will be raising a total of $59,264,000 in total taxes. Of that, the Simcoe County portion will be $13,160,000. The school board portion will be $1,172,000, and the town of Collingwood's, based on our budget estimates, will be that $33,933,028. I have provided through the report the comparative figures for 2019, so it makes it a little easier for you to see where the ups and downs are. When we bring it all together, including the 0.75% capital levy, which will add to $262,200 to the overall amount, it brings our total to $59,526,000. And I have included in there the breakdown so that you can see that the town of Collingwood's portion is actually an increase over 2019 of $24.70. The county is an increase of $9.71. The education amount is actually a decrease of $10.19. And that is also following in line with the method that the province uses to establish the uniform education rates. They try to offset the potential increase due to the assessment phase-in over the 4-year period. And our capital levy has gone up 66 cents. So a total for the average assessed house would be an overall increase of $24.87 or 0.68 when you're looking at the blended rates for 2020. Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Marjorie. Council, other questions for Treasurer Leonard on this? Go ahead, Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you. In this report, we are, well, actually it's not necessarily about this report, but about a report that came along with, was a companion report to this report in 2019. And that was about our surplus and our supplementary tax payments. And I wonder when we might be able to expect that report. I know things are very busy.
We've had a lot on the plate, and I will look to the CAO Skinner on this.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor MacLeod. The report of the year-end assessment for 2019 is scheduled for July. I have a draft of that report, and I believe the Treasurer is just finalizing it. I don't expect that there will be any surplus, but we'll wait until we get the final numbers for that in this year. And I would have to defer to Treasurer Leonard to talk about the supplementary tax knowledge timing. We have looked at those numbers a couple of times over the past weeks, and I understand that they're quite variable in any given year because it depends upon when a developer will choose, for example, to bring a property online, which the town never knows for sure until it has actually been brought forward. Treasurer Leonard, do you have something you'd like to add to that piece? You could be on mute if you're talking.
In terms of when to expect assessment to come online, it is difficult. However, we will present that you'll know what the 2019 supplementary tax bills were when we go to the July SIC meeting. At this point in time, because of the way the costing of the judicial inquiry, don't be too optimistic on where we end up. Okay.
Marjorie, any follow-up, Councillor MacLeod?
Yeah, I wasn't concerned so much about where we had spent it or what we were going to allocate it to, but whether we had an idea of what that number might be.
Through you, Your Worship, we actually had no surplus this year. We actually had to draw fairly heavily on our reserves to make sure that we covered all of the amounts that were there, including the supplementary tax bills, the net supplementary tax bills that we had for 2019.
Thank you.
Marjorie, I know we'll be dealing with this in July, but did we have any write-downs in terms of properties that came offline to reduce the supplementary?
Again, to you, Your Worship, we did at this moment in time. I don't have that number right at my fingertips. I do know that it would, we budget $227,000 every year, and I believe it was I was higher than that. So far this year we're running at about probably roughly about the 227 right now. So there are ups and downs because they come off immediately, whereas a sup maybe takes 2 years or something to come online.
All right, thank you for that. Are there any other questions, council, on this item? Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that are always on my mind about supplementary assessments is that the assessment office has almost 3 years when a new property comes online to actually go out and assess the property. And then, of course, in due course, we would get our share of the taxes that are levied. So particularly where we're going to have big bills coming in because of the judicial inquiries, final bills. I just wanted to leave with staff the thought that this might be an opportune year to be speaking to the senior people at MPAC with a view to asking them to get our supplementary assessments out and not wait for 3 years. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, council? I do have one comment, and that would be if you look at the total tax levies for all 3 levels of government, or ourselves, the county, and the education for the province, Margie, it appears to me that of the tax dollars paid by our residents, 60% stays in the municipality, 58% stays in the municipality, 22% goes to the county, and about 20% goes to the province for education. Those numbers correct?
Approximately, they through you, worship, they would be approximately the same numbers that you have, but it's also been the trend over many years that it's probably that 57, 58, 59 for the town, and the other ones are 20, and the 24, whatever, makes up 100. So it is always in those same basic proportions when we calculate them.
Good, thank you for that. So seeing no other questions, the resolution is moved by Councillor Comey and seconded by Councillor Madigan. The council receives staff report T 2020-7, 2020 final tax rates for information, and further that a bylaw be enacted to provide for the levy and collection of 2020 tax levies against all rateable property in the town of Collingwood. So I will call the vote then. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously, which brings us to the T 2020-8, the financial update, including COVID-19 considerations. Treasurer Leonard.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a report that we promised council that we would bring forward to give you some idea of where we thought we were going to. Where it's a possible scenario where we would end up if things kind of, well, happened at the, again, it's at a moment in time. So at that point when we had the best information possible to determine where things may in fact go. Again, we provided council with the outline of the basic assumptions that we had used in the prior calculations as well. What I'm looking at, or one potential outcome, is that we would have a $243,000 deficit roughly in that area. The basic premise that I used to prepare this forecast is that the actual results to the 31st of March were used. And they were still somewhat nebulous at that point in time, because we still continue to receive invoices, especially at this time because of the nature of the way that we've, with social distancing and the processing and those types of things, it's slow getting through the system, but we are getting through as many as we can and as quickly as we can. But some of our suppliers are actually slow in getting out the invoices as well. I used the 2019 actual results to base the workflows, the normal ebb and flow of the work that staff would be doing at various periods of time, to put through the assumptions in areas like where we have laid off staff, What would they normally be doing and what would those costs be? And if we've only got half of the staff, we should have a reduction in certain specific costs in certain areas. And I did provide you with the basic walkthrough assumptions on the each department that's there. For the mayor and council, I'm predicting actually it's $86,000 surplus in those lines alone. Now that's not unusual. It is a little higher than normal, but because a lot of the counselors don't use fully their professional development, there's usually a surplus in those accounts. But everything is going virtual this year, so I assumed that the AMO conference is virtual, and there are fewer people going to that. Councillor Jeffrey, we think that the September FCM board meeting will be a virtual as well, but the following one that's in Ottawa in November will probably be an attending one. So those numbers were adjusted in that way. Council grants, the large portion of council grants that we're going to save there is what Parks and Rec have set aside as in kind. And that's normally a donation by the municipality for the use of the arena, the ball diamond, the curling club, whatever. And facilities are not open. So we can't make those same type of, and you can't gather in crowds of more than 5. We have no idea when that's going to end. We have no idea when any type of team sports are going to be there. So I'm predicting that we won't have any of those for this year. Elections was just, it was basically just due to, in terms of comparing to the budget, the amount that we thought we were going to have to pay for the Data Fix, which is the company that runs maintains the voting list. It was less than we had anticipated. Corporate management. So for this one, the biggest thing that I've seen here is going to be, excuse me, will be the loss in the investment income. As I said, it's gone from an interest rate of 2.35% to an interest rate of 0.75%. In actual fact, the December 2019 interest that we earned on the bank account was $183,000. The interest we earned on the April bank account was $63,000. So that's where the biggest hit is going to come on this. And next year, when you see the interest that gets allocated to your reserve funds, you'll notice a big difference there as well. What I did assume there is that at some point in time, we're going to get back to work. We have small amounts of revenues generated in corporate management. We have the marriage licenses and the commissions and oaths and that. So we assume that some of those things would start to come back in the third quarter, perhaps at 50%, and probably back to a more normal full level in the fourth quarter. Corporate services, I'm looking there at a surplus, and that one's a little hard to predict because it's actually a new one for this year. But it's mostly related to a reduction in spending. Mostly the revenues here are very stable in terms of things like it includes the communication towers revenue, and it's not, it doesn't vary from year to year. Health and safety, our health and safety coordinator runs 2 very large programs in the September, or actually July to October range that can't be done because they're pretty hands-on and require a lot of close contact. Most of the staff here are working, well, actually all of them, I guess, except for Anya now, are working at home. So there is a reduction there in terms of the normal supplies related to the operation of an office. We have fleet and facilities in most cases working from home as well. Protection services, are the overall reason there for everybody is a loss of revenue. I just make one special note there, though, on the fire. I'm showing a deficit there of $71,000. Their permits, their burn permits are run of roughly about $20,000 to $22,000, $23,000 a year. But with the, there was a loss there of approximately $50,000 related to the fire at Sporting Life, and the chief has informed me just when we finish this report that that there's a good chance, potential chance, that there will be a recovery from Firemark for those amounts. So we may be all right there, we may not. I don't know if we'll get it this year or next year, or what position it'll be in. Public Works, overall, there's a small surplus there. And it's a combination of lost revenues and reduced spending. There were several functions that they didn't get to do this period of 11, 12 weeks that we were in until they came back full time. The employees have been split up into teams where one team worked a 2-week period and other team came back on for the other 2 weeks. So there was only half staff for most of that period of time, and there were things that just didn't get done. And again, here, as many staff as possible are working remotely, reducing office type spending. The price of gas has decreased significantly, which provides savings. And again, because it was on half staff for the most part of that time, it's probably a good thing. I'm looking at the one thing I'm not really sure about is having a surplus in the area of winter control. But when you take a look at what has taken place, if we look at the first quarter totals on here, the winter control was $833,000, and the portion of 2018 that was in the fall was 457,000, I think it was, off the top of my head. So that's a timing issue. I don't know when it's going to snow. I don't know how much it's going to snow. I don't know how often it's going to snow. But if the weather pattern carries on the way that it did last year, and the way that they're working is the same as last year, there's a potential that we might be under budget on those lines there. The next big problem, it's the biggest area of bleed right now to me is transit. And I'm looking there at a deficit of about almost $400,000. And the assumption that I made there is that we're not going to be charging bus fares until probably September. And at that point in time, because I don't believe social distancing is going to be over anytime soon, I believe that we'll probably only have about 30% ridership at that point in time. And part of that will be, of course, due to the social distancing. And part of it may, in fact, just be due to the fear of people not necessarily wanting to ride public transit. But that's where I end up with that. The affordable housing, I'm showing a deficit there. And we've had two large repair amounts so far this year. You can see the actuals in March. It's normally it runs around that 20 to 25,000 a quarter. And if we have large repairs on apartments, that puts it out. And we've had a couple in March and April. Parks and recreation. Overall, there are savings in expenses like the staffing, utilities, and supplies. And there are lost revenues. When we look at the bottom line on there, it looks like they might make or have a small surplus, or break even wouldn't be all that bad. Parks, what we've done here is the facility staff were redeployed to work in parks. I've taken the numbers and because the way our system works is they're still being coded to facilities. And I was easily able to pick the salaries for those people to take them out of the facilities costs and put them into the parks costs. So when Wendy looks at her stuff next year, it should be relatively cost similar in those areas. I've also assumed that revenues for outdoor activities will commence in July, but only generate about 30% of prior year revenues. And that was just a pure assumption on my part. They may be able to have baseball leagues, 'cause it's all outside, as long as they maintain social distancing and those types of things. Recreation services, that's mainly the pool, the sailing school. And the sailing school has always been rather revenue neutral. They've always either made a little money, lost a little money, or just broken even. So it's not a major effect on this projection. But I was speaking to the recreation services manager last week, and one of the interesting things that she mentioned is that the rec group in Simcoe County and a few of the other areas have been continually having meetings, and they've been talking about when pools open up, there'll be no public swims. There may be only lane swims. So we've got 6 lanes. That'd be 3 people at a time in the pool. You need 3 lifeguards in. You need all the PPE. You need additional cleaning. So it might be, again, there, I might be optimistic actually saying that we get it open in the 4th quarter and generate 30% of the revenues. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see how the Premier decides to reopen some of our facilities for us. And again, for Mel with the facilities there, I think his little surplus that I'm kind of looking at has to do with the fact that we've redeployed the staff. The price of hydro has gone down. We don't have ice in any of the rinks right at the moment, so our hydro rate should stay low. We did assume that the arenas would come back up in the 4th quarter and again operate at that 30% of the prior year revenues. And culture and events, actually I'm looking there at a relatively large surplus, and part of that is based on reduced spending due to the reorganized format for presenting the public with programming. There will be budget. We discussed that at corporate services on Monday night about reallocating budget from 3 of our larger events to creating these new online video events. But there were a lot of other items that actually pertain to outdoor events that we won't be having because we can't have them right now until they reduce or increase the bubble of families from 5 to 10 or wherever it is. So that's why I think that there is the bigger amount there. Like we don't need to rent a staging or fencing or those other items that we used to have to rent. The garbage costs were tremendous, and those types of things should save us some money there. Planning and development. I've assumed that their revenues not really to be affected due to the nature of the service that they provide. Adam's been continuing to work quite feverishly, I think, on the 60 or so applications that they have in there. So their fees are all application based, and they can do vast portion of them online. The area there that I think that we're going to save the money on is that we're not going to have the spending in areas such as anything going to the LPAT or those types of things. I don't think at this point, we did budget for council initiated amendments to the official plan, but we're having an official plan review. So I think that we won't be spending that money this year. I'm hoping we won't anyway. For Martin in the marketing and business development, that's just a virtual break even. It could be that, or it could be negative that. It might end up close to that. For heritage, I've just made no assumptions related to heritage. This result is with a surplus is similar to what has been the past several years' actual results. And it's due to the take up on the heritage grants for repair grants. Heritage, you know, replacing your windows, they give them up to $3,000. The library, I'm looking there again at a surplus. And that's based on the reduced staffing levels. We have no idea, again, when there is the potential for full open, the floodgates operating there at the library. But again, this is not out of the ordinary for the library itself. Ken has always run at, he's always been basically short-staffed for quite a while. And there were a couple of other areas that he was typically underspent in, and one of those is materials. So having it turn out like this is probably a little higher than it has been in other years, but I wouldn't consider it to be unusual. And then the bottom line that I have there, we've created one separate account that accumulates all of the additional costs created by COVID, and we're tracking them all in there. This is just a shot in the dark. It could be significantly higher than 50,000. It could be significantly lower. We don't know how many people are still going to continue to work at home. If they're working at home, it reduces the amount of the PPE that we need to have. However, we do know that anything that does open up has to have an additional level of sanitization programs, and may in fact require additional assistance for that. Cleaning contracts may have to be increased, or all of that sort of thing. And there'll be you know, a portion of time there, staff training on the protocols as each facility opens. We know if the library is going to go full bore, we've got to get the plexiglass items in that facility as quickly as possible. I don't want council to hold me to this. This is just my best guess, having gone through and worked on the potential for the workflows that and the knowledge that I had. Was it last week? I think I finished it. So anyway, that's where there's a potential that we could be sitting there. The other thing I just like to mention is the only amount of supplementary taxes that I have included in this is the amount that we would normally budget, which is 500. And if you take into account the amount of quarter revision amounts that I include at the 227, we've always only really taken in to income about $300,000 worth of supplementary tax bills. We've gotten two very small runs right at the moment. We don't know if they will continue. I do know that we have another very large, I think it's about $112,000 write-off that'll be coming through from the Assessment Review Board. So there is a potential here that we may end up with just this small deficit, which can be made up by reducing the amount of funding that we would transfer to our life cycle reserve fund. And again, that has longer term repercussions, but if we have to, we have to, because we cannot have a deficit in the end. There's maybe a sufficient amount of supplementary tax bills that'll come in again this year that would bring this to zero and still allow us to transfer money to that reserve. I don't know, but to your worship, this is my best guess.
Thank you, Marjorie. Before I turn it to council, I will open the floor to the public. If anyone in attendance would like to make a comment or pose a question about the report we just received on the COVID projections. Sarah?
We have 6 attendees, and it does not look like anybody has indicated their request to participate.
Okay, thank you for that thorough report, Marjorie. So the motion is moved by Councillor Madigan and seconded by Councillor Doherty. The council received report T2020-8 financial update, including COVID-19 consideration for information, and further that council approved the continued deferral of penalties and interest until August 31. And I'm assuming that relates to the property taxes.
Through to you, your worship.
Yes.
Yes, it's the continue and actually I forgot to mention that was included in my calculations to maintain the deferral of the penalties and interests until the next time we would add them on is the 1st of September. So essentially what that will do is move the due date of our May 15th installment, which we've just had, to actually the same as our final invoices of August. So it gives the people an extra couple of months to, if they're going back to work, if they can get back to work, to get back on their feet without having an additional $100 or $200 added to their taxes because we're.
Okay, so that's continuing the property tax deferral that we had advanced for 90 days by an additional 60 days approximately?
Yes, till the end of the first time we'll add interest or penalty is the 1st of September.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll open it to the floor and Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. I just wanted to add in from my meeting with the FCM Rural Forum today at 11 a.m. We talked about the announcement, the Prime Minister's announcement at the beginning of this week, and how that will play into Marjorie's calculations. And I do appreciate this exercise is like nailing Jello to a tree because it just changes constantly. But the Prime Minister contacted FCM directly. This was not run through the Deputy Prime Minister. So we know that he is very serious about helping municipalities. So while the gas tax fund announcement, the acceleration of the existing money coming out sooner, so there was no new money, it's just our regular gas tax funds that would normally come out in 2 installments, I think July and October or November, are going to come in 1 payment in June. So that may help us get to some things sooner out of that gas tax fund. But the other thing that we thought was a really good sign was that the Prime Minister kind of put the stakes in the ground and recognized that this is a national problem and that they need to help, but they're really looking to the provinces and territories to step up and help us out. So I think there is some good news coming for us down the road that will help us with this. And the other thing to note is to make sure we track just not the ordinary operating emergency expenses that we're experiencing, but there's things like costs in any of our projects. If any of our projects were delayed as a result of COVID, we need to have an understanding of what those extra costs were for us. And I think we will be talking later in the agenda about the task force work, but part of the discussion today was about that. And I think going forward, as many municipalities as possible who can have an idea of what those economic recovery costs and contributions are, that could potentially lead to a phase 2 of our ask in addition to the operating emergency funds. So just an update from the finance side on that meeting today.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jeffrey. Council, any questions on the report we just received? Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to our treasurer. Thank you very much for that thorough report. I know a lot of work went into that, and it's very, very helpful for us to have a snapshot at least of where we are at this time. I'm wondering if you can tell us what percent of our property tax revenue has been deferred at this time?
Marjorie?
Through you, your worship, I don't have those figures at my fingertips, but I can let you know how much they are behind in where we are in payments. I'll get that out tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. And just really for my own knowledge, of course, we have a category of affordable housing units, and our treasurer spoke about the maintenance costs. I was just wondering how many affordable housing units the town has and which of our departments is responsible for that program.
Marjorie?
Through you, your worship, we have 23 units that we lease in the building at 145 High Street.
Oh, right.
And we have them sublet out to the tenants that qualify for the program. And that was a 20-year program, Councillor Hamlin, when we entered into it. And 15 of them are done in 2028, and the other 8, or however many there are, 15, 23, 8 are done in 2029.
Okay, thank you very much.
Council, any other questions? Councillor MacLeod?
Thank you. Through you, your worship. Just one question, and it's about the hydro rates. On the second page of the staff report, it says that hydro costs will be going back to normal as of June the 1st. And I think that we have found that that is not the case. However, I know this report was prepared before that announcement, I think, likely was made. Do you have a ballpark idea on what the implications of the hydro rates not going back to normal might be?
Through you, your worship.
Yep.
The normal rates that we would have been paying are probably 8 cents higher than the 12 that they've decreased it to. So because we would use the majority of that in the high and mid-peak time slots, it would probably average out to somewhere between 7 and 8 cents a kilowatt hour. And don't ask me to multiply that out, but it would be, it will still be a savings. Okay. It'll be probably, somewhere along in there, because the low rate is actually 10 cents, and they're giving us the 12, which is less than the 14 and the 20 that's at the top level. So it will be a saving, but I can't ballpark that off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marjorie. And I guess that last comment goes to the fragility of some of these numbers, because they're based on assumptions that will continue and may change as things evolve. So this number, I guess, may need to be updated as we go along, because it's based on certain assumptions that may prove to be incorrect as we move forward.
Absolutely, Your Worship.
So unless there's any other questions, then I will call the vote on this report. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Marjorie, for that heavy lifting. This brings us to item 5.4, which is CAO 2020-4, the review of action plan recommended by the Economic Support and Recovery Task Force. And I know that there was some discussion about severing these items. So I'm going to look for council's direction on this before CAO Skinner gets started. If you feel it would be appropriate, as opposed to voting on the items as we have broken out in the agenda, if you would prefer to go through each of the 6 recommendations and vote on the recommendations under each action item. So we have 6 action items, and there are specific recommendations that fall under each. And if we would like to deal with the questions and then vote on the action items recommended under the recommendations under each action item. We can break it into 6 parts, which might make it simpler for people to follow. So I'm looking for some direction from council if you would proceed to do that. And I see some yeses going up. So that being the case, then I'm going to suggest that that's what we do. We will go through each of the action items, and after we've done the action items and the recommendations, we will open up to the public for questions, and then we will deal with questions from council and vote on the recommendations under each individual item. So with that hopefully clarifying remark, I will now pass it over to CAO Skinner to take us through the presentation. Sonia.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really just wanted to say continuing deep gratitude to the task force for their work, putting these suggestions before council. We've done just an initial review in the time available, but we think we've brought things back to council in a way that you'll be able to move the ones you wish forward. And I'm actually going to turn it over to the people who've done most of the work. Director Adam Farr and also Director Martin Ridlow. So I believe Adam will speak first.
Adam, welcome. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This agenda item provides staff follow-up to the recommendations of the Economic Support and Recovery Task Force. They were reported to council by the task force Vice Chair Foster Williams on May 19th. The report covers, as the CAO Skinner indicated, providing some staff comment on the recommendations of the task force in terms of where those proposals sit in regards to the ability of the town to advance those recommendations for action. Additionally, some short-term funding items are identified. And again, we wanted to recognize the good work of the task force. In preparing my comments for this item and discussion with Director Ridlow, we both noted that one of the significant items, and I'm sure this isn't lost on council, that emerged from this exercise was the awareness of the integrated nature of social services, health, well-being, and economic development as key integral pieces of community planning and cornerstones for the resilience and vitality of the community. And so it's a tremendous success of this exercise that the social services organizations and groups in the community have, I guess, arrived at a mutual recognition with the businesses and business leaders of how important they are to each other. And this is just a significant and noteworthy thing that is as a municipal staff, we're really proud of the task force and the work of related staff and achieving. Before Director Ridlow goes through the presentation, he suggested that it would be helpful to make some brief comments as to the status of building and planning activities in the community right now to provide an indication of investor confidence and development intentions in Collingwood. In the first quarter, that's the period from January 1st to March 31st, from a building activity level, the inspection numbers approximately 1,000 inspections in that 3-month period, and the value of permits at approximately $37 million was on par or exceeded 2019 statistics. With the pandemic and the associated restrictions imposed by the provincial government on construction activity, we did see a reduction in the number of permits issued. However, building inspection activity did continue. Staff of the building department worked remotely. There was some initial significant anxiety within the development industry as to how projects underway would continue to advance through the process, and through innovation on both sides, both on the public and private sector, inspections continued. With the lifting of restrictions on construction activity, we've seen an uptick already in building permit applications. And and we expect to report at the end of the second quarter, which is the period from April 1st to June 30 on building permits, statistics and activity. Similarly, in the planning division, I don't think we ever saw a cessation of activity. The private sector, through the various consulting firms representing the different disciplines that plan out construction and development activity, that's engineering, architecture, environment, and many others, continue to work at the direction of their clients. So we have a significant number of pending applications. We've actually seen within the period of the pandemic, development concepts go from the inquiry stage through to a pending actual application. And these applications cover the range of developments from residential through to non-residential. So that includes multi-unit buildings, single detached development, but commercial and industrial development as well. This has been remarkable, and it's a testament to the confidence of the development industry and investors in Collingwood. And it does provide a signal of optimism for this community. And we would expect to be in front of council with a number of those items in the coming months. So with those preliminary comments, I wanted to hand it over to Director Ridlow to take you through the details of the staff commentary on the recommendations of the Economic Support and Recovery Task Force.
Thank you very much, Adam. That's encouraging news. Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson, Deputy Mayor, Council, and thank you for the introduction to both Adam and Sonia. I want to begin with just expressing the gratitude to the task force for the tremendous work they put into presenting the proposed projects. They worked diligently 7 days a week for a whole bunch of weeks to make sure they could present projects to help preserve the business and jobs in our community, and also to maintain a viable downtown, because they saw it as an important attraction point, not only for tourists, but for residents as well. What we've done since they presented their projects is actually reviewed every single project and provided an assessment in the staff report, and importantly included recommendations in terms of how to action them. We've prioritized those based on those already underway, those that need immediate action, those that are short-term 2021 implementation projects, and those that are more so longer-term 2022 projects. Before I get into reviewing each of the projects and providing staff perspective on it, I did want to highlight that throughout this whole time, the Business Development Center has continued to operate at full throttle, just like building and planning. We've responded to 330 inquiries for assistance, held 350 consultation meetings, sent out 25 different newsletters and updates representing 16,000 impressions, and that includes 3 chamber e-blasts. We've hosted 12 webinars reaching 615 attendees. We've streamlined the look of collingwood.ca/recovery, which is the business resource portal. We've enabled 36 consults with advisors, and we have dispersed $279,000 in provincial starter company grants and federal development loans through the Business Development Center partners. So as we look to the next few months, know that the Business Development Center continues to be there and operate to help support our local businesses. With that, I'll move on to action team number 1. If we can just switch the slide to there. So this specific task force had, action item had the objective of building metrics to measure our success and the impact of our initiatives, focusing on the critical few. Their intention was to support it with a dashboard and set targets. The dashboard that you see on this slide is actually a real dashboard updated last night to make sure it reflects the latest data up to and including May. What's interesting about this, and this was prepared by the actual action team members, is that recovery seems to be starting. There's a new normal that's still not understood, but the slack in the economy seems to be tightening up. And the leading indicators showed the bottom was in April, and May is beginning the slow recovery locally, but it's slow. The bad news is the lagging indicators are just starting to show the impact, and it doesn't look good. Bankruptcies are up three times higher in March, and based on most recent data, and compared to where they are normally. So that's certainly something we got to keep an eye on. But there is a glimmer of hope. Google search interest in Collingwood is starting to rise, which is only at 15% off of pre-COVID levels. We've seen 58% drop in real estate transactions in Collingwood compared to May 2019. But once again, some of the lead indicators that Adam talked to indicates there might be hope. Industrial power usage is recovering more quickly than the hospitality sector, as one would expect. But importantly, our industrial sector is starting to come back. A much tougher labor market certainly exists as job seekers are faced with very few jobs out there. We're seeing searches and job postings down 30% from pre-COVID levels. So I'm sharing with you these points not to scare or to instill fear, but rather to say there's a dashboard in place. And what this action team recommend is something that staff is certainly supporting, and that is that BDC resources continue to be placed against the dashboard and working with the action team members to present 2 quarterly reports to council, one in July and one in October, to continue sharing statistics like I just shared with you so we can monitor the recovery. And we'd also like to present in November a dashboard to council that would take a look at 2020 in its entirety and look to 2021. We also saw it important in conjunction with what the action team recommended, and that was to continue supporting business and employer surveys being done by the workforce labor boards, by the county, and also our own Collingwood.business annual survey. With that, I will pause for questions and over to you, Mayor Saunderson.
Thank you, Martin. So before I turn this over to council for questions, I'm going to look for any questions or comments from our audience. Sarah, if you can let us know if we have any questions or comments from our audience, please.
All right, if anyone is interested in participating, please raise your hand in the feature button that's provided in the Zoom, or put your comment in the chat. At this point, it doesn't look like anybody wishes to speak to this matter.
All right, then I will read the resolution as it relates to just this action item. It's moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Berman, with the following recommendations to action item number 1, economic metrics dashboard, be approved. The council approved funding for the following initiative from the $2.5 million Collingwood Emergency Contingency Fund that was approved at the March 25, 2020 special meeting of the Town of Collingwood Council. Number 1, use existing BDC resources to organize and maintain the proposed project. Item number 1, metrics and goal tracking dashboard to the end of 2020. 2, ask task force experts, including John Gillum, to continue to advise and support the town periodically for the next 2 quarterly reports to council, Q2 in July and Q3 in October. Early November 2020, to assess the value of metrics to council for decision making and consider 1, if the recovery metrics should be updated. 2, if there is an appetite via the 2021 budget to resource a corporation-wide data and analytics function. And number 4, ask staff to seek the cost for project item 5, mobile geofence data for downtown, and what information would be available, and to support projects 1, 6 through 8 to conduct various surveys using existing resources. So with that being said, I will open the floor to council for questions on action item number 1. I've got Councillor McLeod and then Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions are through you, I suppose, are to Mr. Ridlow, and I'm curious to know on the second item, ask task force experts to continue to advise and support the town. Is there a dollar figure associated with this request? Or are they doing this out of the goodness of their hearts?
Martin.
Through you, Mayor Saunderson, at this point, it is through the goodness of their hearts. If I hear back from John otherwise, I would certainly let you know. Certainly the recommendation to do it on quarterly levels was a reflection of the fact that doing it on a monthly level is asking a lot. So it's certainly something that within the resources of the Business Development Center, we would look to take on more of the, if you will, diligent work that needs to be done in terms of data gathering with oversight from John and his expertise, as opposed to trying to put the burden of responsibility on him for doing every single detailed aspect. He has certainly set a great foundation.
And follow up through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have not approached Mr. Gillum at this point. We're waiting for direction from council to do so. I guess he knows now if he's watching.
I know certainly from my experience, there was a lot of engagement from the task force and the commitment to proceed on some of these items. And I would imagine that if it gets too much, then there would be an ask coming back. There was an understanding from a number of the members that they were interested in remaining engaged in this. And I know John in particular was also interested in looking, liaising with the county to see if there was a way to broaden the scope of these metrics. But I think Martin's comment that on a quarterly basis, this is probably doable if the BDC does some of the heavy lifting. But if it gets beyond that, then I guess we would have to address that issue at that time. Martin, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Through you, Mayor Saunderson, no, I think you said that very well.
Thank you. And a follow-up as well. So it would appear to me that in that numbers, items number 4 and 2, or 3 and 4, both appear to be staff reports, really is what we're asking for here. And I remember pretty well in February, the pending list report that came from our previous CAO, and there were at that time 56 items on the pending report. And I don't imagine that not a lot of that has been cleared, I don't think. And I'm concerned about overburdening our staff with requests for staff reports. And I've added it up through the course of this report. And I think it is a total of 6 staff reports that we're going to be asking for. And I'm a little concerned about overburdening our staff who are already very busy and coping with a lot. And I wonder if perhaps our CAO could perhaps address this a little bit and tell us whether we're asking too much.
Okay, and I will pass it over to Sonia. We did discuss this, and I think this also dovetails. It's a prescient question, Councillor McLeod, because it will come up under the strategic plan update, because that will also bring a new lens to bear on the pending list. So with that said, I will pass it over to CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor McLeod. Yes, there is a lot of work that's set out in this task force report, and should council wish that all of those reports be prepared, there will certainly be some things that will not get done, likely from the pending list this year. We would take a look at that and report back to council on the items that have been pushed out. But I think that I really strongly believe that the strategic plan will reset the priorities that we want to use for the big chunks of time. And you've already articulated through the acting CAO priorities to me the things that a number of things that you would like to see completed through this next 6 months. And I think that we can deliver those big pieces of work. What we're talking about is some of the smaller items that would have to be deferred into another year. But certainly if there are things on this list that are not of interest to you or are of less interest to you, staff would appreciate being assigned the ones that you really want to hear about.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And so I do have a suggestion to make regarding that, but if there are other questions from council members, I would be delighted to hear the answers to those before I make my proposal.
Okay, I will look then for other questions. Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Ridlow and of course to Director Farr, thank you so much. What a fun report to read through. I'm actually really glad we're taking them one at a time because I would hate to skip over anything. I do have 2 questions, please. So we go to one of the bullet points and it relates to the geofence data. And of course, my interpretation is that data is useful from a tourism perspective. So my first question is, and excuse my assumptions, you might be a little more up to date on this at the time. Are we encouraging or open to tourism at this particular time?
I'll pass that through to Martin. But I think the geofencing is a future action item, and right now the tourism hasn't opened up yet. But I will pass that over to Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Yes, this project is about looking forward to the time when tourism is allowed again, and being able to track how people are coming back. We were able to be part of a Grey County RTO 7 funded program about 1.5 years ago that used a similar methodology to take a look at where our visitors are coming from. So we have an interesting baseline, but this really is about saying once tourists are allowed to come back into town, let's make sure we can measure that and see how things have changed, how our initiatives bring us back to where we were before, and perhaps even seeing some different patterns in the way visitors are interacting with our downtown and our stores.
Thank you for that. And as a follow-up to that, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Ridlow. So I have no idea, it might be moot, so just take it as a comment, because we're asking staff to seek this information and as a town potentially use it. I don't know if there's any overlap or consideration from us for our own surveillance and collection of privacy and data policy. And maybe it's moot, maybe it's all handled by a third party and we just purchased it, but I just wanted to share that thought.
That's a good point, and my understanding is it is purchased from a third-party data provider, and it comes as anonymous data, just showing hits and traffic. And that, Martin?
Through Mayor Saunderson, yes, you're correct. There are a number of companies that provide this. Probably the lead company right now in Canada is a company called Environics. You can look them up. They're probably one of the top 3 research firms in Canada and very reputable. They're working with one of the mobile network providers to obviously ensure this is anonymous and complies with all privacy regulations.
Yeah, that's what piqued my interest. So thank you so much.
Council, any other questions? Seeing none, I do have a question. There is a comment in here about the concept of using the data for other purposes within the corporation, and there are discussions with the UN Habitat about the type of data we would use there. So I'm looking either to Martin or Sonia to give us an idea of what these other purposes might be and what synergies there are for the data usage.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, when staff took a look at this, really the bigger picture is about understanding how we're performing as a town and a community. So there's a number of indices. The UN Habitat proposes one. It's called the Communities Prosperity Index. As well, the PRC Master Plan had proposed a livability type index, and one of the councillors had also proposed an index, a similar index. I can't remember who it was, but I'm sure they can self-identify earlier today, which was a great suggestion. So in looking at a staff report on that topic and potentially the consideration in the 2021 budget, it would be, what are the types of indices that council would be interested in having data on? What are the implications going forward? We thought it made sense to ask the BDC, hopefully with the support of John, to do a couple of updates of an existing dashboard, but it is an immense amount of work to prepare these and to integrate the data going forward. So we wanted to take a more thoughtful approach to making any real commitments to a data function beyond the wonderful GIS work that we do already. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. So if there's no further questions, Councillor McLeod, you had an amendment or a proposal, I think.
Well, I did, and the answers that I received in the last couple of minutes have convinced me that I'm not interested in what I thought I was interested in. So people can change their minds.
Well, then, with that being said, I will call the vote on the specific items included under action item number 1. So we're voting specifically on all action items under item 1. And with that being said, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So Martin, I'll pass it over to you to pick up at action item 2, please.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So action item number 2, business support and recovery services had the objective of ensuring businesses have access to the appropriate government funds and seek collaborative opportunities with business associations to deliver these. As you can see, based on the 6 recommendations or suggestions from the task force, they're a comprehensive list. Many of these, as I've indicated earlier, are already in motion through the efforts of the Business Development Center. In fact, we're getting ready, per the suggestion of the task force, to launch a larger Business Development Center awareness campaign to make sure all businesses are aware of all the services that we offer there. You'll see that coming out shortly under the Get Ready for Back to Business campaign slogan. One area that I want to talk to is the support for the Digital Service Squad that has had tremendous success over the course of the last year. The Digital Service Squad is part of the Main Street digital program that the province put in place, and we've seen tremendous success from that. Over the course of the program until last month, we had 199 Collingwood businesses participate in that program and leverage the resources of our Digital Service Squad led by Ben Frisch. That represents about half of all the different contacts he had from businesses in the South Georgian Bay region. In total, South Georgian Bay region had 357 different consultations. So with Collingwood at 199, that represents a substantial amount. Certainly what we've heard back from the businesses, and many of them, you would recognize them as leaders, as we heard in the webinar recently organized by the Business Development Center. This is truly a program that we should continue supporting. And as a result, we're recommending that Council approve the investment of $21,250 to extend and expand the Digital Service Squad program under the Small Business Enterprise Center leadership. A couple of considerations around this, why that number of 21,250. There was a proposal put forward by the Small Business Enterprise Center for the Digital Service Squad that added up to $25,000. And that was a combination of both operational expenses as well as a program to actually get businesses going with a new website and actually provide the baseline funding to get them started. As a result of the county approved funding of $30,000 for 8 municipalities, which came through last week, we've reduced that $25,000 by our portion of that, $3,750, to arrive at the $21,250. The other note I wanted to make about this is the expansion opportunity that we've got here. The original Main Street program was focused on Main Street areas, particularly in the downtown and First Street. We've got lots of other businesses scattered throughout Collingwood, lots of entrepreneurs working from their home, lots of businesses located outside of that core area that need digital support. So what we're suggesting with this investment is that we actually broaden that so that any business in Collingwood can get the benefits of the Digital Service Squad. A few other things that we recommend doing just in the course of normal action out of the Business Development Center is beginning a team of teams huddle. This is frequently used in the medical industry and a number of tech industries. The concept of bringing together the key teams or organizations that support business in town. So the BIA, the Chamber of Commerce, a number of associations, including the Tourism and Developers Association. So on a regular basis, every 2 weeks, for example, we spend time going through what each of those associations is doing and seek out collaborative opportunities. We also recommend continuing the exploration of the Collingwood Investment Fund through the accelerator that is being explored under the leadership of the Center for Business and Economic Development, one of the partners at the Business Development Center. And last but not least, the Collingwood.Business survey indicated as a key action under Action Team 1 be included as part of the surveys that are done by the BIA, so we can have a specific BIA business breakout to see the impact of COVID and some of these recovery measures. And that concludes my comments on Action Team number 2.
Thank you, Martin. So I will look to the clerk if there are any comments or questions from our audience on action item number 2.
It does not appear that anybody is wishing to speak to this matter.
Thank you, Sarah. So then dealing with action item 2, it's moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Berman that the following recommendations to action item 2, business support and recovery services, be approved. 1, a $21,250 investment to extend the digital services squad under the Small Business Enterprise Center until December 31, 2020, or longer if additional funding is made available by other levels of government, and expand to all Collingwood businesses. 2, that staff monitor whether the province will extend their previous funding for the federal government, potentially partnering with MCM, will provide funding that A, enables local businesses to sell online, B, expands program to all Collingwood businesses. 3, that staff support a roundtable team of team huddles and invite task force members to continue participating should their time permit, and continue to facilitate PPE sourcing with the BIA and the Chamber of Commerce if these organizations are interested. And 4, that staff investigate a Collingwood Investment Fund concept as part of the Economic Development Action Plan. So, Council, are there questions or comments about the recommendations under action item 2? Councillor MacLeod and then Councillor Hamlin.
If we could, I'd like to sever out the 4th item on that list, please.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up question or comment, or just making the request to separate?
Just the request to separate for a separate vote, please.
Okay. Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Ridlow. I did have a couple questions. One is that it was mentioned that the digital service squad services would be expanded to serve all the businesses in Collingwood. And I was wondering if we can have an explanation of what businesses are currently served.
Martin?
Through Mayor Saunderson. So the current businesses that are served are essentially those businesses on First Street and on Hurontario, essentially on main corridors. I'm not quite sure of the rationale for this original criteria. However, we've seen that it's been a bit of a limitation, if you will, given some of the businesses that are not on the main street locations. So hopefully that helps provide some context for that.
Thank you. And my second question is, I know that the Collingwood Commons has some services that are the same as the digital service squad. And of course, it's a free service, at least now, for our businesses. How are the services different between these two organizations?
Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Through you, the intersection point is actually quite small between the two. The intersection point really is around the experts that are providing advice to the companies. What they're advising on is quite different. The Digital Service Squad is advising companies on how to build the infrastructure to have a stronger digital footprint, whether it be their website, whether it be their payment system, whether it be their inventory management, or whether it may be their social media strategy. So it's providing them, if you will, with the knowledge, arming them with that knowledge so that they can take on a higher level of penetration and engagement in the digital medium. Collingwood Commons has as its core objective giving companies with a digital footprint more visibility. It's a promotional platform. Getting them listed there, making sure that through various means, they can be easily accessed and visible to the public so they can go and buy from those companies. And the nice thing about the platform is if there's a company that has, through the digital service squad or through other means, already created a online store, great. They can have a link going from Collingwood Commons to their online store. But what we've seen is a number of companies in town, if you are a little gun shy, they haven't gone into the online realm and they're worried about, is this going to work for me? Is it really complex? And that is where Brandon's platform is very helpful in that in a very simple way, he can activate an online store for those businesses that are in the early stages of entering the online shopping game. And so as a result, it gives them the profile, gives them a chance to test it out. And the ideal situation is after testing it out, they go, we're ready now to build our own online portal, our own backend system. And they actually flip over to the digital service squad. So Brandon and Ben talk all the time. We have regular huddles to find out where are the opportunities, which companies are doing well, which ones need some extra help. But they are truly quite independent projects with a little bit of intersection when it comes down to making sure that at the end of the day, we are helping all stores become more digital savvy and have a stronger digital footprint.
Thank you very much. That sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, Council, any other questions on action item or under recommendations under action item 2? Seeing none, then I will call the votes and I'll do each recommendation separately. So the first one is that a $21,250 investment to extend the digital services squad under the Small Business Enterprise Center until December 31, 2020 or longer if additional funding is made available by other levels of government and to expand to all Collingwood businesses. I'll call the vote then. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Number 2, that staff monitor whether the province will extend their previous funding or the federal government, potentially partnering with FCM, will provide funding that 1, enables local businesses to sell online, and 2, expands the program to all of Collingwood businesses. I will call the vote on that then. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Number 3, that staff support a roundtable team of team huddles and invite task force members to continue participating should their time permit and continue to facilitate PPE sourcing with the BIA and Chamber of Commerce if these organizations are interested. I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. And number 4, that staff investigate a Collingwood investment fund concept as part of the Economic Development Action Plan. And I will call the vote on that. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is carried. And that brings us then to action item number 3, Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So action item number 3 has as its core objective the ability to drive a long-term marketing and promotion plan that complements our strategic plan to ensure Collingwood remains a top-of-mind 4-season destination and helps get broader tourism-dependent sectors back to business. Once again, you'll see that one of the core recommendations from the task force was the whole idea of providing guidelines, recommendations for businesses, and much of this is covered off under the business development services that we provide. But this puts a sharper point on those businesses that are dependent on the hospitality and tourism visitors that we get here. And that is where the task force recommended beginning to work on a marketing campaign focused on shop local, and then as a second phase, visit safely. It takes several months to develop a good marketing campaign. Are we ready to start this marketing campaign right here, right now? No, there's certain phases of recovery that the province needs to announce. But the idea behind this is to begin the planning work behind the campaign that would ultimately flourish and enable Collingwood to maintain its position as a top 4-season destination in Ontario and Canada. It's a two-pronged marketing campaign. And importantly, it's not just going out there and doing a marketing campaign. Rather, it would leverage some of the insights that we've been able to garner from the tourism strategy we've been working on and look forward to presenting to council later on this year. And importantly, it also creates an emotional contract with shoppers. It's not a come get all the great sales. This is much more of an emotional campaign that the action team suggested. So that is certainly something that we are supporting as a staff recommendation. As you'll see, there's a number of things required throughout this recommendation, set of recommendations that require resources, staff resources. And one of the recommendations that we're making here is the hiring of a digital specialist or administrator through to March 2022 as part of the Small Business Enterprise Center agreement that we have with the province. Now, the great thing is we already have funding for this through the agreement to actually operate the Small Business Enterprise Center through the province. We have a job description. We're ready to go on this, but we wanted to be cautious in terms of when this was done. But we believe with the ever increasing demand we're seeing on the Small Business Enterprise Center, which is really the nexus of our economy, those small businesses, having this extra resource to support Tim and the rest of the Business Development Center, we saw as an absolutely critical part of making sure we can provide those recovery sources that businesses are seeking. This individual would help Tim not only in organizing consultations, but also make sure we can operate the webinars, support the consultations and the work that is going to happen as the summer and starter company kick off. And last but not least, as we're seeing an increasing demand in digital advice from our businesses, act as a preliminary filter, if you will, for businesses asking for support from the Business Development Center. The last item I'd like to note here is the request from the South Georgian Bay Tourism Association for $7,000 to have an even deeper focus on the tourism sector. And the tourism sector is opening up slowly. There are certain businesses that are already able to operate, but there are others that are going to take a longer time to open up. There are some businesses that are already operating that need to understand what are the parameters under which they can operate. There are those that are looking to the future saying, how am I going to have a workforce if that workforce has been diverted into other areas? With 30 to 40% of our jobs in Collingwood dependent on tourism and hospitality, we saw it as an important investment into the South Georgian Bay Tourism Association to provide a needlepoint approach to helping those tourism sectors. And they wouldn't go at it alone. This same request is being made of the other 4 municipalities that are part of the South Georgian Bay Tourism Association. And it would be augmented by additional funding from RTO 7, the provincial tourism ministry arm that has oversight for Grey, Bruce, and Simcoe counties. Furthermore, it would be supported by the T3 initiative, which is run out of the Business Development Center with a partnership through the Center for Business and Economic Development that provides additional mentors to the tourism sector. So as you can see, this $7,000 development investment by the town gets amplified by a number of other resources that then can go in and hone in on the sensitive and precariously positioned tourism and hospitality sector. And that concludes my comments on this specific action item.
Thank you, Martin. So I will look to the audience if there are any comments or questions about action item number 3.
Your worship, it doesn't look like anybody wishes to speak to this item.
Okay, so then the motion, which I'll put on the floor for council's discussion. It's moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Berman that the following recommendations to action item 3, business and tourism relaunch marketing be approved. Number 1, to support projects number 1, which is guidelines, recommendations, and advice for businesses. And 4, which is hire ambassador/coordinator for implementation and outreach management, and to proactively reach out to businesses and provide information and approve the hiring process for a digital specialist administrator through to March 2022, the end of the Small Business Enterprise Center agreement's term. 2, for project number 2, which is develop marketing campaigns to shop local and visit safely. Staff will develop 2 marketing campaigns, one focused locally, regionally to promote shopping local, and a second to promote the town to outside visitors to continue building awareness for when the time comes to welcome them back. Both will align with the town's draft economic development action plan and positioning developed as part of the draft tourism strategy, and will 1, begin with video and social media campaign to support shop local and ways to visit safely, with particular attention to the emotional contract with shoppers that one can be comfortably in line with COVID recommendations when visiting Collingwood, including the expectations of shoppers themselves. And 2, expand into self-guided distance tours and ambassador program downtown. And number 3, that council support and approve the $7,000 request to support the program proposed by the South Georgian Bay Tourism Association to support the relaunch of tourism businesses. And that for project 3, which is the tourism strategy, as fact-based understanding of the contributions of this sector to Collingwood's economy is not available. And when the tourism action plan is completed in early 2020 and late 2020 or early 2021, it is expected to recommend seeking this information. So with that being said, I will open the floor then to questions or comments from council. Councillor McLeod.
Thank you. Regarding the first point about the hiring of a digital specialist / administrator, this money is not, I understand it, coming from town finances. This is money that has already been secured from the province through you, Mr. Mayor.
Martin?
Through Mayor Saunderson, yes, correct. We have received that money from the province. It is administered by the town. But that funding has been signed through a contract that extends out through to March 2022.
And as a follow-up to that, through you, Mr. Mayor, this would be a town employee then? This is a contract that we would sign, a contract employee?
Martin?
Through Mayor Saunderson, yes, it would be a contract employee that would be hired through the HR resources that the town provides.
And a follow-up to that, so this is something we're doing anyway. We're hiring this person regardless. We have provincial money for it.
Martin?
Through Mayor Saunderson, so we have finances for it. What we identified was that this was not included in the 2020 request for additional staff. So we thought it was prudent to come before council to make sure that council is aware that we would like to go forward and make this, begin the hiring process for this position.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up?
I have others. And so in the second part of this group of suggestions, it is discussed, it is said that for project 3.2, staff will develop these marketing campaigns. Which staff are we talking about here?
Martin?
Through Mayor Saunderson, that initiative would be led by myself, but it would involve a number of members of staff as well as part of a broader team. We would also be engaging with a number of members from the private sector to bring forward some of the local marketing expertise that we've got.
Follow-up, Councillor McLeod?
Yeah, further down in that bullet point, it talks about how this marketing campaign will expand into self-guided distance tours and also an ambassador program downtown. Is this also a hire?
Martin?
Through Mayor Saunderson, that would not be a hire. And once again, this is a conceptual idea. That ambassador could actually take a virtual ambassador form. In other words, through the phone. It's something that's been done in a number of other regions in the world. But at this point, we do not see that as an additional hire.
Thank you. And Could you talk a little bit more about the third bullet point regarding project 3.3 as fact-based understanding of the contributions to this sector to Collingwood's economy is not available, and so on and so forth. Could you just talk about that a little bit more, please? I'm not sure that I have a firm grasp on what it is that was.
Martin.
Through you, Mayor Saunderson, what we identified when we were working on this draft tourism strategy is, while we know that tourism and hospitality is important to our economy, we actually have no way of tracking it outside of some very general numbers that we can get through the county, which ultimately are up to the federal government. We actually don't know how many tourists are coming into town. We don't know how they're spending. Where they're coming from has only been made available recently through the digital data that we were able to share with Grey County and RTO 7. What we have done is surveys at individual events and festivals, but that's only a small snapshot of the total visitors coming into town and how that is affecting the economy and how other outside factors may be influencing it. So we have no way of really measuring that impact. And as part of that tourism strategy, the suggestion and recommendation that we're hoping to make to council is that there's a more overt data gathering and analysis resource put together, which of course ladders into what we've talked about earlier this evening. So there's a co-relationship here with this action team and action team number 1.
Super, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, council? I've got Councillor Hamlin, but Clerk Thomas, you have, what's up?
Certainly, through your worship, I just wanted to clarify and make sure that the $7,000 was part of this Action 3 item to support the program proposed for the South Georgian Bay Tourism Association for the relaunch.
Yes, my understanding that's to support the relaunch aspect of it, and then the data collecting would be a follow-up item to try and measure the impact and give us some grounding on that.
Perfect.
Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. I have a few questions. So firstly, the commitment financially to the South Georgian Bay Tourism Association. I guess incorrectly had thought that association was, not very robust. I guess it moved out of the museum and some of its former functions maybe weren't happening. I looked at their plan that was attached. It looks like a pretty fine plan. I'm just wondering if we're going to be able to receive updates from the Tourist Association on what they're doing. And also, my second question, I'll just ask it at the same time. Has the complement of the, how this is governed been looked at in a while? I know there's a board of directors, but has that been looked at in a while? And does the organization need a refresh?
Martin, 2 questions there.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Through you. So on the first question in terms of just the governance, I'll start with that one. Certainly there is actually just an effort and project going on right now within the association to establish a stronger governance structure. And they're working together with actually RTO 7 and a number of the other tourism resources that we have that support this region to strengthen that. And I'm happy to go back to the association to make sure that we clarify how input can be provided to that governance recommendation once it's ready, and it should be forthcoming in the next few months. In terms of how the actual tourism association operates, it's certainly gone through a transition of becoming more of an education resource. And as part of that, the association would welcome the opportunity to come and present to council on a quarterly basis. It's something that we're hoping to come to council with as part of the tourism strategy. But since it's being brought up right now, I think it would be a wonderful opportunity to keep council updated on what's happening within the tourism sector and what the association itself is involved with.
Thank you. My next comment really is, One of the things that is always on my mind is what our downtown area looks like, because that is not only for us an important part of civic pride, but also it's really where our tourists are attracted to when they first come into town. And I always drive around and walk around and bike around with a tourist first lens in my eye. And I've been very sad at how our main street looked last summer and how it looks right now. And honestly, I hate to say this word, it almost looks derelict. You know, the streets are dirty, the sidewalks are dirty, there's cigarette butts, the flowers aren't in, the lines on the road throughout the town need to be painted. Some of our beautiful light lamp standards need to be painted. And I'm just wondering, how do we get a hold of this issue? Like, who's responsible for this? And, even if we get it up to speed, and let's assume that's something within our power, what's been on my mind today is, can we come up with someone or a place where if we're driving around or biking around, we see something we can call in? Because I feel like we have a standard we have to get to, and then we have to keep to that standard. I know that's a big question, but it's on my mind, and so you get it.
That's a very good question, but I think that's a question that we can direct to the BIA, the Business Improvement Association, and they will be reporting to council later on. So I'm going to defer that question, and you can raise that when the BIA presentation, because that's very much part of their mandate.
Well, respectfully, Mr. Mayor, I did have a number of discussions with the BIA last fall because of the state of the downtown, and they were really saying that most of the issues weren't theirs, they were the town's issues. There was a real disconnect on responsibilities. And I can see it has not been solved because, as I say, here in Ontario is a terrible look to it right now. So nothing is happening. And I think it's more than just the machine the BIA wants to buy. So I don't know if this is too big of a question for Mr. Ridlow, but I see it coming under how are we going to get tourists here?
Well, I think our BIA rep would like to speak to that matter and the memorandum of understanding, and there's another bunch of items with the BIA. So I'm going to first put it over to the Deputy Mayor for comment.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Saunderson, to Councillor Hamlin and to my colleagues. Councillor Hamlin, I think that your observations are shared by many, and I would share those comments as well as it relates to the overall appearance. And in fact, for a period of time now, as we've been going through COVID and talking about what the other side would look like, and as we welcome back people downtown, the phrase that sort of came up time and time again was that you only have that one opportunity to sort of put your best foot forward. And so I just want to say that what I have observed recently is that we seem to have a renewed level of collaboration between the BIA board, some of the merchants within the and landowners within the downtown who I would suggest are maybe more active, our municipal staff from the highest level, the CAO, through a number of the department heads, and I'm sort of more than happy to sit on the bench and observe. And what I can say is that the concerns that have been raised this evening, and that I agree with you, are ones that have been discussed very recently in earnest. There's been some very good discussion going on. And I'm conveying that to let you know that it's not something that's off in the cloud that's not being addressed or looked at. And I hope that you will see a bit of a turnaround in terms of how the downtown looks. And I think if I heard you correctly, one of the things that you said was that when we have that standard, and it's the standard that we want to be at, that then we maintain and elevate it going forward. And so that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of positive things. And quite frankly, there are things that have just been happening recently that are not really public because they are going back and forth between the BIA staff, et cetera. And I'm very confident as the warmer temperatures continue, as businesses are allowed to open, that we will be able to welcome people this summer to a downtown that all of us can be proud of.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor.
To add to the Deputy Mayor's comments, just if I may, Councillor Hamlin, the memorandum of understanding is being brought to the fore, and there's discussion about that with the BIA, which would set out and I think address a number of the issues that have been raised right now. And I will look to Sonia Skinner to give us an update on the progress of the MOU.
Thank you, Your Worship, to you and through you to Councillor Hamlin. Yes, I have been speaking with the staff that were involved, including Martin Ridlow and also Sue Nicholson from the BIA. She had developed with Martin and with the director from the Ontario Association of BIAs a draft MOU. It had been put on the back burner due to other priorities and then ultimately COVID, but Sue shared the latest version and staff have looked at that pre-COVID. So, and we have a meeting set up to discuss it in the coming week or two. So I'm hoping that a number of the things that you mentioned will be addressed, and I have confidence in the collaboration with the BIA, the new equipment, the work of Parks and Public Works to polish things up. With the one caveat that we don't have all of our summer staff back due to COVID considerations, but we're certainly hearing what people are saying about the importance of a downtown that looks fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Councillor Hamlin?
Okay, well, thank you for all that information. That's very helpful. I'll be looking forward to the transformation. And then my last comment is with respect to the item, the part of this item that relates to the fact we're going to have a marketing campaign focused locally and regionally. And I just wanted to emphasize the regional part because I really wanted to say that we're a community of some 100,000 people who look to Collingwood as the regional center for shopping. And that I would hope that any campaign to shop local somehow is a broad enough, expression to pick up those people. And in addition to those people, I have noticed, as I'm sure we all have, that many of those with part-time residence in our town and the abutting towns are living up here full-time and have been for some time. And so, we're even more than 100,000. I guess maybe that's all I need to say. And lastly, on that part, one of our businesses asked me the other day if we could be emphasizing in some way in this marketing local strategy that our businesses, some of our businesses are open. Our retail businesses are open. And they even suggested, so I'll just put it out there, that the billboard, for example, as we come into town, it's advertising shop online, Collingwood Commons. And they wanted to make sure that everybody knew that a lot of the stores are open and hoping that the shop local will emphasize that as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I can say the shop local is very much a regional focus. Part of the thought process behind that is if we should have second or third waves, that we will have sort of a local economy where we will purchase services and products from local businesses, meaning businesses in Collingwood, Clearview, Blue Mountains, Wasaga, and farther abroad. So we're really trying to strengthen our local economy to withstand any future waves where we don't get the out of town or tourist ventures coming here. And Martin, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Through you, Mayor Saunderson, certainly there's a regional focus here. We've actually discussed this with the other economic development officers from the other municipalities, and they conceded that they'd like to see one municipality take a bit of a lead, and they want to stay informed. They want to see how things unravel, and they emphasize the desire that it's a regional that there has to be a regional element to it as well. And we certainly recognize that as a tourism destination, many of the things that people come to visit in Collingwood, as they call it, are in fact features and experiences that rest in the municipalities around us. So yes, we've certainly heard that, and we'll incorporate that into the marketing campaign.
Thank you so much.
All right, are there any other comments or questions from council? Seeing none, then I will call the vote on action item number 3 and the recommendations in that. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Martin, we'll pass it over to you for action item 4.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So action item number 4 has its objective: strengthen and leverage the cultural fabric of the community as a healing agent and inspiration for economic resurgence with low-cost, high-value events. Before I get into the details, I want to emphasize the importance of events when it comes to attracting visitors and even for the overall health and wellness of the community, where it's an opportunity to come together. And while we can come together physically, the opportunity to bring people together virtually or in small groups remains an opportunity. You will have heard a little bit about what this opportunity is on Monday evening's presentation from PRC. The first action item that the task force recommends is making sure that we have a virtual Canada Day experience that continues to hold out the proud nature of the municipality and the municipalities in South Georgian Bay as it relates to being part of Canada. The Peak to Shore Music Festival, typically an event that happens in July, is going to move to Canada Day. And together with PRC, the Blue Mountain Village Association, and a number of other groups, a Peak to Shore virtual concert is going to happen on Canada Day from 6 to 9. We are going to have a Canada Day. As part of that, we're going to amplify that by engaging local businesses in providing porch party amenities. You may be wondering, what is a porch party? Well, it's an opportunity to celebrate Canada Day from the safety of your porch. What kind of food are you going to have? What kind of beverages are you going to consume? What are the decorations that you're going to have there? We're actually going to engage our social media street team as we have in past years, and actually going to neighborhoods and recording some of the great porch parties that are being assembled and prepared for the 6 to 9 virtual concert that's going to be happening on Canada Day. Canada Day is a really important event for us because it's going to be our first dip into what it's like to put on a virtual event. And as you can see on the slide, there are a number of other events that will unravel from there. We're going to learn from each event. We're not going to get it right the first time, but unless we try it and put our due diligence behind it and evolve those as we find out more about how to put them on, and as the province goes through the various phases of releasing us from COVID, we hope to continue and plan to support a range of events in partnership with BIA and a number of other associations. So the final recommendation really is that we're able to go out and work with the BIA and Chamber to develop a plan to make sure that both police, emergency services, and the broader set of PRC resources and town resources can put in place to set aside a number of pilots that can allow for the road closures of specific parts of the downtown to support our focus on bringing back events, and I emphasize safe events. The importance of these pilots cannot be lost on us. We have limited information in terms of how different areas and their closure impacts flows downtown. As we heard earlier on today, there are opportunities to close down Simcoe Street. There are opportunities to close down parts of Hurontario Street. There may be other parts that we can test out. A number of municipalities have closed off parking lot areas in a unique kind of quilt work fashion. To ensure that we can do this effectively, we need to have the right tracking in place. So we'll work with the different associations to make sure that we can put in place surveys, work in consultation with the businesses to find out which model in fact works the best. And that concludes my comments on this action item.
Thank you, Martin. And I will look to the gallery to see if any member of the public would like to make comment on the presentation on item 4 that we've just heard.
Certainly, through your worship, to the attendees. I see that Espresso Post is there, and I know that they had some comments with respect to pilots regarding patios in the downtown. Mark, if you are watching and you would like to participate, please raise your hand or put a comment in the chat below. Yes. So Mark would like to speak. So
Okay.
I will allow him to talk. Okay, Mark, you should be able to speak.
Welcome, Mark.
Hello, are we there?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You can't see us. Christine's with me here too. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're from Espresso Post. But I don't know if it fits in with this because what we are talking about between us, first of all, we distributed a letter just today to the mayor and deputy through Sarah Almas. We kind of wanted at Espresso Post to try to spearhead a pilot project that was inspired by Simcoe Street to get some extra seating for our patios on the parking spaces, just in front of our store, possibly with the agreement of some neighboring stores next door, mostly to come up with some safe spaces for people to be outside. We think having these outdoor spaces are valuable to the health and the well-being of the community. And we definitely know that from the customers coming in our doors now that they really want a place to socialize, but we can still socialize safely. I think everyone's pretty clear on what the current rules are about gatherings and spacings and things. And I think the public is ready to accept that responsibility. I know there's some reports going now about possibly closing here Ontario Street or different options within that. But Christine and I feel if the sooner we can get something going, the better. The Simcoe Street project seems to be, they're talking about August, possibly, if we're lucky earlier. But maybe here Ontario Street, we could pilot something sooner than that, maybe even next week as a first step to kind of back off a little bit. Becky Dahl distributed sidewalk restrictions early on in COVID where we weren't allowed to put anything except for a takeout table. We would maybe like to make a request to allow a few chairs back out on the sidewalks. I did a quick measurement. Our sidewalks are 18 feet wide. So we could utilize 6 feet of the edge and still have 12 feet of sidewalk space for people to safely travel up and down. So maybe as a baby step towards hopefully something greater, we could ease up on those restrictions immediately, maybe even next week. And then we can start the more complicated discussions on how do we define safe spaces on streets and take up parking spots and things like that. So I guess it's, a request from us to maybe look into those things sooner because we're already into June.
We're ready to go. We already have all the fencing required. We have the planters required, even as a bigger space onto the street, we have enough fencing. So
Thank you, Mark and Christine.
if we could be.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to cut you off. Go ahead, finish up.
Oh, sorry. Just to say that as far as an expense is concerned, we already have that covered. So it would be an easy thing to start once we're allowed to open up a patio, even if it was enlarged to maximize seating at a 6-foot distance.
And I think that's it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Mark and Christine. Council, are there any questions for Mark or Christine on their comments? Councillor Comey.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mark and Christine, thank you so much for joining us. It must be a crazy busy time. Could you clarify something to me, please? Because I am in receipt of your email. And so it might be partly to you and partly to our clerk, but are patios permitted to be open right now? Like, is outdoor seating a thing and patios a thing, or you're waiting?
I don't know if it's actually technically allowed now, but I have a feeling that it's something that is going to come along soon, and then it would be nice to have all the kind of the ducks in a row in order to do it. I mean, I've seen some places in our community and different communities that have already tried putting a few seats out. Hasn't caused any disruption. Nobody's complained about them. So I'm just wondering, can Collingwood take the lead in something like that in the region? Might be nice.
Thanks for your answer.
We are following the lead of the province and the health unit, and I don't know, Sarah, if there's an update on the status right now of patios.
Certainly, through your worship to council and Mark and Christine. We've just reviewed to the health unit's requirements right now, and it's still indicating that restaurants and bars still are to remain closed until June the 9th, except for the curbside pickup or takeout or delivery.
So is there any indication about the status of patios for that you're aware of?
So the note from the health unit indicates no seating at this point.
Okay. All right. Well, I certainly agree. We need to be ready. Any other questions or comments for Mark and Christine? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. This is more of an anecdotal comment of support, and that is that I've been down the main street a number of times earlier in the morning, and Mark and Christine, you'll be pleased. Well, I'm sure you know this, but in particular, out front of your particular establishment, I've seen on a couple of occasions 3 or 4 gentlemen. 2 of them I know are probably regulars, and they've already taken social distancing to the extreme, and they've taken their own parking space. And it's kind of neat to see these gentlemen out actually standing on the street, having their coffee, having a conversation, properly distanced. And I just raise that because it does demonstrate that, the street, when things start to reopen, I think it's safe to assume that although we want to see the traffic, and I'm using traffic as a reference to vehicular, pedestrian, all forms of traffic, we want to see it return to normal, but I don't think normal will return immediately. And therefore, I think there will be opportunities for expansion and different concepts, those types of things. And so, as I mentioned, this is just purely anecdotal as an observation. It was interesting to see on a couple of occasions these individuals already starting to take space out front to be able to socialize.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Ridlow, will we have Mark and Christine on the line? Do you think their particular ask is captured under what's presented to us in this particular section? Because I feel like I'm hearing a slightly different ask that might not be there. And to me, it's ringing more true of what's been done in Barrie and other places with the put up your hand if you just don't want that parking, and we'll turn it into a patio. And I'm going to loop that into thinking of let's be ready and see what we need to do to be ready for that.
We certainly have removing angle parking from a significant stretch of Hurontario on the suggestion list as part of this motion. Martin, do you want to comment?
You, Mayor Saunderson, the intention of this recommendation is that there's an approach of piloting things and trying out different things. So there's nothing in there that would specifically say that the idea that was just presented couldn't be explored. It's obviously subject to reviewing with police and other key stakeholders, but I think there's lots of value in what we've heard today from the very start of today's SIC meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, Thank you. I'm sensitive to words like explore because I hear these young entrepreneurs on the line and they're saying as soon as possible and let's be ready. So when we get back to this suggestion, I'm going to look to the rest, to all of us to say, what are we doing to make sure these entrepreneurs are ready as soon as they get the word to move ahead and not be subject to any undue constraint.
Okay. Sarah, is there, thank you, Mark and Christine.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else that wants to comment from the gallery?
It doesn't appear there's any other requests from the attendees.
Okay. So I'll get the item on the floor, on the table, and then we can discuss it. So it's moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Berman. The following recommendations to action item 4, community relaunch events, be approved. Number 1, that staff present 2020 events pandemic adjusted plan for community events to the Community and Corporate Services Standing Committee. 2, that staff recommend that street closures for the purpose of providing additional physical distancing space be initiated on a pilot basis, and that the potential pilot locations could include 1, closure of Simcoe Street from Thursday to Saturday weekly. 2, removing angled parking from a significant stretch of Hurontario and expanding the pedestrian and patio space. And 3, closing Hurontario between 2nd and 3rd Streets. And 4, that council instructs staff to consult with the BIA and Chamber of Commerce and develop a plan together with police and emergency services to pilot the road closures in order to create temporary pedestrian-only street areas. So are there questions or comments from council? Councillor McLeod.
Thank you. I'm following along on the sheets that we've been given and the information that's been given, and what you're reading isn't matching.
Well, it's not. I have a very long page of recommendations, but they really, I tried to summarize them. So I took the liberty there. I guess I'm hopefully, and if I've missed an area, please point it out and we'll add it to. I just, it was a very long section. So I tried to cut it down, and I think CAO has something to add to that. So I'll add it to Sonia.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm generally okay with the summary, pending the comments from others, but I do notice the last bullet point is a little bit of a different meaning about encouraging drivers to drive carefully. If I could draw your attention to that point, please, at the end.
Okay, I will add that on. So it will be bullet number 5, and that is to encourage drivers to drive carefully and provide safety for an increased number of children that may be using neighborhood roadways for play. A slow down communications campaign is recommended. Such a campaign would include the potential for self-serve, portable, and temporary placard signs provided by the town to interested residents, as well as communications on all town channels. Councillor McLeod.
Thank you for that clarification. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Mr. Mayor. I just was wondering if there was some typos that I had missed or an email that I had missed. So I do have a couple of questions, and I actually have a suggested amendment. And so I will start with the amendment, I think. And that is that when we talk about that council instruct staff to consult with the BIA and Chamber of Commerce and develop a plan together, I would really like to see a timeline on this. So if, as was suggested by the deputants just a minute ago, and also I think by the CAO or the clerk, that things are going to change on June the 9th, and that patios will actually be allowed and not be contrary to the health orders, that perhaps we be ready on June 9th to begin. And again, I'm cognizant of the workload of our staff, but I think that we are in extraordinary times. And so I would like to suggest that we have either June 9th added to this, or to have wording about as soon as the province allows any type of patios, which are currently not allowed.
Okay, I will look to the CAO. I know there's some permits and restrictions involved and approvals, and I'm not sure what would be a responsible and yet speedy timeline that we can match or meet here.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor McLeod. I do agree with the need to be prepared, and I agree with the Mark and Christine Kraus and their recommendations to be ready. When I look at the calendar and I see that the 9th is one day less than a week from now, I'm a little worried about that timeline. I can commit absolutely that I would like to talk to the department heads and come back even via email with an update on how soon we thought we could have a plan ready, or even having identified potentially the first stage of the pilot and what we could do immediately. I'm just reluctant to commit to the 9th today, knowing that it is a good amount of thinking and we want to do this right and understand exactly how it will roll out and how we'll evaluate them. So if that would work for you, we'll reply in the next couple of working days.
Oh, okay. I thank you. I think that covers it. I want to be able to move the second that it's legal, that it's allowed for these patios to exist, and I also want to be sure that any of the the Main Street business owners or whomever who wants to put out seating or patios or that sort of thing, they're not going to be concerned that perhaps by law, noticing that they're doing it comes by and we've heard these stories of people receiving tickets and so on. So that's where my concern lies. Mm-hmm. And so the speediest of as quickly as possible would be great.
And I think, and maybe clarification, I think once patios are open, I guess working within the current 18-foot sidewalk may be an issue versus trying to implement other additional spaces. So maybe there's two aspects to that request, Councillor McLeod, in terms of us trying to work within the existing sidewalk to assist our businesses in opening when patios are allowed, as well as proceeding with some other measures to try and increase that space. Is that like, am I picking up on that? Okay.
Yeah. We are in June, and so the time is short, and so the sooner that we can be ready, that we can pounce the minute that it's allowed and legal, and the health people aren't saying things, I think that would be the best. And so I'll look through you, Your Worship, to the clerk. I haven't actually written anything down, but do we need to change the wording of this to make it so, Clerk Almas?
Sarah?
Certainly, through Your Worship, to Councillor McLeod, I recommend if you want to put an amendment forward that it's just direction to staff to see how we're able to quickly expedite the patio permit process. We have been talking in the background as late as today regarding the departments that are going to be responsible. So we have application processes, insurance requirements, they require inspections, some require public works installment as well. So as the CAO indicated, there is a number of departments that will be impacted.
Right. Okay, and so what I'm hearing is that you have this well in hand, and that perhaps no additional wording is required. Thank you. Okay. It only took me 3 questions to get to the answer that came out in the first question, and I apologize for that. I have one more question regarding these, action item number 4, and that is the final bullet point, which is about these signs and so on. I don't see a dollar figure connected to this, providing these slow down signs and so on and so forth in an entire campaign. Is there money attached to this, or do we already own the signs? And if so, do we need to attach money to this if we're interested in it? Through you, Your Worship.
Yes, thank you. I'll pass that on to CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just about to repass it on to Executive Director Culver, and he's conveniently turned his screen on there. So Executive Director Culver.
Thank you, Sonia, and thank you, Worship. So the program really hasn't been fully developed. We've got a good sense of an idea that came actually way back when I believe it was Councillor Hamlin who initially recommended trying to find a safe streets approach. So we had a bit of a concept and then decided that it should be blended or tied to the traffic calming study. But in the interest of, the volume of children that are on the streets and council's indications that this is something we should pursue more rapidly, we're working on developing that program. So yes, there will be some costs. We expect them to be minor. And I expect that we'll probably be able to manage them within our operational budgets. But at the end of the day, if there's anything beyond that, we'd have to come back to the council for approval of exceptional budget. But as it stands right now, our theory and the program we're working on that still needs to be vetted would be made possible through the operational budget.
Thank you so much.
All right, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much. I will make a comment in support of Councillor McLeod's comments relative to the apparent timing and also the degree of organization that is in place right now, because as she noted, and we all know, we're already into June. And my thinking is that once things are loosened up a little bit, we need to be ready. We need to be able to know what we need to do so that it can be implemented very quickly. And I'm just wondering if there is a executional plan in place for particularly here Ontario Street, because it seems as though the Simcoe Street closure has considered some details, but I'm not hearing that for here Ontario Street. And in fact, I may need to save this question for when we have our BIA presentation a little bit in a little while. The other thing I'd like to make the comment is that I think we are going to have to, if we want to be up and running, we want to be looking like we're ready, we may have to spend some money here. We may have to hire people to assist with the cleanup of downtown and the installation of beds and any other measures that might be required to get patios in place, or potentially even to change the configuration for parking. We say constantly, and I get this, and I'm not being critical, but we have staff limitations and we have budget limitations, but our overriding objective right now has to be to get the economy working again. We have allocated a budget of 2.5 million. Were we to spend some tens of thousands just to get downtown a little readier, a little sooner, I think it would be a very, very good investment of funds. And this is not to take away in any way, any element of this, of the work that has been done or the principles behind this action item. It's just to say it's all good, but we're going to have to work a little faster and we may have to spend some money on it. Those are my comments.
Okay, CAO or Director Ridlow, do either of you want to comment on either of those comments? Okay. Any other comments? Oh, Deputy Mayor Hall, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just I want to first just preface this by saying that I am supportive of the conversation and supportive of ensuring that we look at these different options, both in the short term and the long term, to support the core and to facilitate, safe distancing in a new reality as it relates to the food and beverage industry. I'm specifically talking to F&B right now. my only caution that I would maybe put on the table, and this would then go through you, Mayor Saunderson, through to staff, and that is that in terms of allowing for some additional time and really thinking this through, we are a council of the community, not one area, not one street. And there are many restaurants on First Street. There are many restaurants on the 26th extension. And we need to be cognizant that some of those don't have access to patios, similar to the downtown. They are in different circumstances, I acknowledge. They are maybe located in a private building, private parking, those types of things. But we want to make sure that if we're going to be supportive, and I want to be, of one particular area, one particular segment, we've got to make sure that we're also looking and taking a broader approach so that we're not penalizing another business that's maybe in a different location within the same industry. So I'm specifically talking to F&B at this point.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hanlon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to firstly echo the remarks of Councillor Doherty. I think we have a big job ahead of us and ahead of our staff to get our downtown and our areas open for patio and outdoor retailing. And we may need a consultant to help pull together what's required to do this, whether it's marking off the parking spots or knowing exactly all the rules and regulations around patio service. And so I would just add a comment, I guess perhaps to staff, that if there is funds that are required, that this be brought back to council right away for discussion. I know in my discussions with some of the retailers and restaurateurs, and now I'm going to speak to Deputy Mayor's comments about being inclusive. Some of the councillors, Councillor Comey and Councillor McLeod and I met with some, through Zoom, with some of the restaurateurs almost 2 weeks ago now. And the concept that they're discussing and can't wait to talk to our staff about would be to be an inclusive kind of approach where perhaps, I'll just throw this out as an example, but perhaps some of the space on the closed Simcoe Street or the parking lot that's behind the Tremont, that large space there, could be converted for vendor stands for other restaurants. So I think there's a lot of discussions to be had there. As you know, Mr. Mayor, it was almost 2 weeks ago that these groups wanted to address council, I guess, last week, and they were asked to wait to today. So I hope with that in mind that we've been telling them to wait, that we can now say, yes, we're going to hold your hand and hurry up with you. And as I say, if it takes some money to do that, I think we owe it to them now to make sure that this happens. Lastly, I wanted to mention on this point that one of the restaurateurs who was speaking with me and the other councillors has extensive experience on what the requirements are for setting up patios, and there are a lot of requirements. So I encourage staff to reach out to the first two deputants this evening, as they have set up a group, I'll say, of interested people who have a lot of ideas, and includes this one gentleman who has extensive experience. So I don't think we need to reinvent this from the start. Secondly, just on the point of the slow down campaign for the streets, I know everything's an emergency, but this is our warm weather and our kids are out on streets now. And I'm hearing from people who are on streets with children playing on them that they're worried that someone's going to get hit. So to the extent we can have that campaign moved up, that would be very much appreciated. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any further comments before I call the vote on this item? Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think just CEO Skinner, but we might find out it better suited Executive Director Culver. I want to make sure I'm not getting overly excited about this slowdown concept. Is it distinct from the street play initiative, or are we saying if we do street play, then we're going to have to roll out some messaging telling our drivers to slow down?
Sonia or Dean, who wants to take that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to ask Dean to address the question, please.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Your Worship. So what, in a nutshell, the theoretical program that we're looking at would be that parents or community residents would opt in. So they would receive delivery of signage that would be used in conjunction with their intention to support kids playing in their neighborhood. The signage would have rules attached to it that talk about distance from corners and some other things that would help to prevent the risk or lower the risk of vehicle conflict. It would actually come with some physical signage that they could put in the vicinity or either end of where the youth might be playing. So essentially the parents become the activators of the program. We're using a bit of a model that we found in other communities. And following that, we would also be able to measure where this is most applicable. We know, for example, that there are a lot of families in the Pretty River Estates area without a lot of opportunities for green space. But we also know that there are other communities where there is a lot of opportunity for green space that might not want to adopt a program like this, for example. So we're conscious of that, and we're trying to move it fast. Right where we're at right now is, again, we've got a kind of a basic theory, and we still need to vet it through such groups as Public Works and Engineering, just again, make sure that any concerns they have are addressed, fire, OPP, and we would also probably want to run it through our legal for a risk analysis as well. So that's kind of where we're at. It's not impossible that it can be done relatively quickly, but that's really where we're at in the process of working on the program.
Thank you, Dean.
Okay, so again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So wishful reading on my part. So clearly reading with a lens towards what Councillor Hamlin was touching on and how I'm feeling right now as a parent of young children with kids home is my wish was that this was across townwide, this messaging, this availability of signage of we need to slow down Collingwood across the board because, okay, go ahead, Dr. Collins.
No, sorry, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, and sorry, Your Worship, but I did neglect to mention that, of course, it would come with a broad community campaign of communication. So we would be informing the entire community that this program exists, and through that, also informing them that of a need to slow down and observe the fact that children are home, they're not at camps, they're not at school, et cetera. So there would be a broad communications campaign that would go along with this specific application of this specific program in neighborhoods where parents would like to see it activated.
Okay, and I love it. Always have loved it from day one. Big thumbs up to Councillor Hamlin and for bringing it forward. Love, love. I would like to ask, and I don't know if it has to be formally or not, I feel, and I think some of my fellow councillors feel, there's a need for this messaging regardless of using a street play initiative. That further to your point, Executive Director Culver, that's right, there's no day camp. And whether your kid is on a street that has a street play initiative or not, our drivers need to slow down. And there's going to be a huge concern about how this plays out and if playgrounds open and what they're going to do. So this might not fall in your lap. This might be between you and Director Slama and maybe over to our Police Services Board. But if someone could take it from here, I'd love to.
Yeah, so certainly communicate. Thank you, Worship, and through your communications falls under my current role. So I'm happy to take that suggestion from Council. We'll talk to Adam Ferguson about developing a communications program that addresses, reducing speeds and awareness that children are at play. That's not a problem and doesn't need a motion, in my opinion. We can simply just work on a communications campaign even while we're developing the program I mentioned.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Executive Director. All right, are there any? We've got a long meeting, Councillor McLeod, so we're We're at 8 o'clock here. My clock's going, and we have a lot of items. So if we get to the vote on this, I'd appreciate it. I've got Councillor McLeod and then Councillor Doherty, and then I'm going to cut it off there.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for not looking as closely at my notes as I might have done. I had one more question for Mr. Ridlow, and that is whether in the discussions regarding closing down Simcoe Street in particular, whether there's been any attention given to the possibility of utilizing the museum park as part of the closed, as part of the closure and part of the, if as suggested by our first deputants, that we open up that part of town for tents and so on, that perhaps museum park could be utilized as part of it. And if not, I'm making the suggestion. Through your worship.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. I'm actually going to defer this over to Executive Director Culver, or perhaps Mel as the new head of acting head of Parks, Rec and Culture. They're really the experts on the choices of location.
So perhaps I could take this one. I don't want to, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Dean.
Through your worship, activating park spaces for events is going to be a very, very difficult concept for us in the shorter term. Until we have some really good protocols established by the province that have been downloaded, or some sort of guidance, and we're really going to struggle to create an event in a park setting. I think the street closures, because they're mobile, and because the purpose of them is to provide spacing and the attraction is the storefronts, I think that's something that we could probably endorse and support and work around and work through based on protocols. We're working right now with the BIA, for example, on the farmers market. That was one of the things that came out of the task force, was that if we were going to do one thing, it was going to be to get the farmers market mobilized again. So we're working with them, and it's difficult. I won't lie. It's very, very challenging to try and figure out how you can create a circumstance that is as safe as it can possibly be. But I think we've arrived there, and shortly, hopefully, with the BIA, we'll be able to announce, what they plan to do in that regard. But I would really have a hard time with creating a destination like the park with any kind of activation and not feel like we were going against exactly what the provincial orders are warning us about right now.
Dean.
Thank you.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Worship. Actually, it's just a very quick question. I just wanted to reconfirm the wording of this motion based on Councillor McLeod's recommendation that we put some timelines on this.
I think I'll pass that to Sonia, but I think there was an undertaking on staff's part to make this, taking that timeline into consideration and to report back to council based on their initial review. I think, Sonia, can you confirm?
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Doherty. Yes, we will proceed as quickly as possible, and we will confirm a timeline within the next couple of days on how quickly we can do that. And I think a couple of points were made related to existing patios versus new extensions.
Yes.
And I think that on both fronts, we will endeavor to move as quickly as possible. But I did want to consult with all the departments and the department heads prior to confirming a specific date.
Thank you, Sonia. So we've had good discussion on this item. So I'm now going to call the vote on action item 4. So all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And Martin, that brings us to team action 5.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So action team number 5, this was really all about creating a shop local incentive, with the general concept being, let's give them actual money so that they are given that opportunity to really go out there and, if you will, spend their money locally, and not just relying on their own discretion, but giving them a reason to do it. Staff undertook an extensive evaluation of the proposed project. That is detailed in Appendix F of the staff report, which assumed a distribution of cash promotional cards at the end of August, with Collingwood businesses able to redeem it until December 31st, 2020. In other words, being able to have residents of Collingwood be able to use it with businesses and redeem it at Collingwood businesses. Based on the distribution to all 10,900 households listed on the town's roll call, the fixed setup cost is estimated around $136,000. This assumes a separate mailing needs to be done from the tax mail out in August, since people may think there's just a tax information inside and not realize there's in fact this huge added value opportunity. It was assumed the card would carry a $100 face value to ensure it carries the intended impact. And with redemption costs ranging anywhere from $218,000 at a 20%, what we call the mid-scenario redemption level, using some information available online, through to up to $1.1 million for redemptions at the 95% theoretical maximum. And why the 5% difference? There's always going to be some slippage in these programs where people don't get it, the cards get lost, so on and so on. 95%, of course, is saying that's our top end exposure. And of course, other assumptions could be analyzed. Only at a redemption level of 35 or 40%, somewhere in that range, does a program actually break even and have a positive ROI. And this assumes about a 37% increase in shopping basket expansion. So in other words, this card helps people go out and spend with businesses, and they don't just spend the card, but they actually increase the overall shopping basket because they are now in the store and they see all kinds of other things that can be purchased. So this is a fairly basic shopper marketing principle. Usually that kind of increase in shopping basket purchases in the single digit to low double digit numbers, 35 to 40%, or 37% is definitely on the higher side, just for perspective. In addition to the financial investment, it's estimated that almost 500 hours of staff time will be required across 4 different departments to effectively implement this program, spanning the duration of the program from planning starting in June, essentially immediately upon approval, of course, through to when the promo card expires at the end of December 2020, and some wrap-up activities, of course, be required. Staff has considered that there are many other ways of promoting local shopping that may carry less risk and cost, such as increasing the marketing, increasing the kind of events that we are allowed to do under action items 3 and 4, as well as other discovery platforms that can be worked on to make sure people come downtown and can experience the downtown outside of providing a hard incentive. Those are some other ideas that are out there. At the end of the day, though, the action item that is before you is that the action team came up with, and recognizing that they brought a significant level of expertise, we wanted to spend the time to at least do a preliminary analysis of what it would take to put together this program. But we're not the experts. What we are recommending is that we need to do some more diligence to give this a fair evaluation. There is insurance to be evaluated for over redemption that is available. There are redemption numbers to be assumed. There are additional information gaps that we've got in terms of how the redemption would actually work to ensure that there is safe redemption of the cards and that we don't have them attacked by unwilling participants. So that is why we've got the recommendation there. We think that for $2,500 or less, we can find a consultant that can help us sharpen our pencils, if you will, so we can come forward to council with a more specific recommendation of the cost benefits of this cash promotional card. That concludes my comments on action team item number 5.
Thank you, Martin. And I'll look to the clerk to see if there's anyone in the audience that would like to comment on action item 5.
Sir, we still have attendees, and at this point, nobody is requesting to speak to this action item.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I'll put this on the floor then. So it's moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Berman that the following recommendations to action item number 5, shop local incentive, be approved, and the council approve up to $2,500 for further planning efforts, including investing in a consultant to evaluate the feasibility of promotional cash card campaign for Collingwood residents, redeemable at eligible participating businesses located in the municipality. Council, questions or comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. I'm very supportive of the recommendation to just give it some final due diligence, given really the belief that the non-council members of the this particular action team had in the program. But I think that we have to do our due diligence on this end as well to assess the ROI. But the action team would tell you that there's also an emotional ROI on this initiative that will not be seen in number crunching. And I think that a consultant who is worthy, it would be interesting to hear their assessment of the emotional ROI on this as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Ridlow. Martin, was I correct in this number that out of the potential 3,299 businesses, 400 would qualify for this program?
Through you, Mayor Saunderson, the assumption that we used was that this wasn't going to be something that would be a blanket card that could be used at all businesses. Rather, we said, let's focus it on those businesses that have been most impacted by the COVID crisis. Using the Simcoe Wave 1 and Simcoe Wave 2 research, it clearly identified that those in the tourism and hospitality business have been the most impacted. So what we did then was analyze all the businesses in Collingwood, broke them out based on those sectors that are classified as being in tourism and hospitality, did a count of those businesses, and that is how we arrived at that number. So there is a bit more of a focused effort around which businesses can be, these cards could be redeemed at, but it's ultimately targeted at the hospitality tourism sector.
Okay, thank you. So that places us around 12% of our businesses qualifying. And then I did clearly hear through you, Mr. Mayor, Director Ridlow, 500 staff hours are estimated to administer it on the other side of this program.
Martin?
Through Mayor Saunderson, yes, that's an estimate. The budget for operationalizing this idea does include actually going out and finding a third-party organization that would administer this program, because there's a significant level of expertise and technical skill that's required to program the cards, make sure they get printed properly, are distributed properly. Having been involved with programs in the past similar to this, there is a lot of general project management oversight that's required. So I would certainly see myself continuing to be heavily involved with it. But there are also other considerations in terms of how the money actually gets dispersed, making sure the proper roll call is used and that we stick to confidentiality regulations that are out there. The treasurer's role is important. The clerk's role is important. So, we can certainly see that there's an expansive role to this. Communications would be involved as well. So, yes, we've done an assumption around how many hours would be required for this, and we did arrive at just shy of 500.
Okay, and one last question through you, Mr. Mayor. And I see in this report, in the report I have in my hands, that we all have fixed costs are estimated $136,000 to get the cards out the door.
Martin?
To you, Mayor Saunderson, yes, and it's detailed in Appendix F how we arrived at the $136,000. As I mentioned, there are a couple of areas that are still uncertain. There was an assumption around $5,000 for the over-redemption insurance. That still needs to be validated. There's some additional printing costs and stuffing costs that need to get validated, as well as the Canada Post distribution costs. But based on what was available through our expertise on staff, that is the number we arrived at.
Thank you for those answers, Director Ridlow. So I love the concept and I love the heart and the enthusiasm that went into it. I truly do. I feel that staff and the team behind the analysis that was provided to us on this particular item was all the information I needed to arrive at to understand the cost we'd be looking at to implement it. So I won't be voting in favor of the consultant because I feel that based on the data I just verified with you, I wouldn't be able to support such a program. But I completely honor and appreciate the creativity and spirit that the task force put into such a concept.
Thank you for that, Councillor Comey. Other comments? Seeing none, I have a question through you to you, Martin. You talked about staff looking at other possibilities, and I'm wondering if we could look at enhancing the consultant to give us some feedback on other ways that we might try to generate the same return on investment aside of the coupon. If there's other mechanisms available to us to generate the same benefit, that would be a broader reaching and perhaps more efficient in the return. Is that a possibility?
Mayor Saunderson, I would say yes, it is a possibility. I would ask the question, in looking at other mechanisms, would that still carry the concept of getting value out to residents? Or are you asking the question of what other possibilities are out there if we want to address the overall objective that the task force developed, which was driving traffic and sales to local businesses? The reason I asked the question, the consultant is a fairly specialized consultant that's required to analyze this. If the question is about different mechanics in terms of getting value out to consumers, so yes, I could see that consultant having the skill set to do that. If it's about a broader, how do we address this objective? I think that's probably outside of the realm of the expertise of the consultant for this, but I would say that's certainly within the realm of capability of the staff and perhaps even going back to the action task force.
Thank you. I see Sonia, Director, CAO Skinner. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did just want to add that within the recommendation as it is presented, we do leave open the door for staff. Not that we have all the answers, but to look at other alternatives as well upon our return. So whether or not you wish as a council or as an SIC to hire the consultant, staff could in any case look at options for the community, including and beyond the one that was put on the table by the task force. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess I'm seeing other hands go up, but my comment would be then that for all the reasons that Councillor Jeffrey enumerated, I'm certainly in support of moving forward to find out how this could look. But I'm wondering if we can at the same time broaden the scope to have the consultant give us some ideas on what other mechanisms in terms of a value return might be provided, and also to invite staff to look at ways that we could also generate that same kind of emotional connection to get shoppers downtown. And I don't know if that requires any kind of amendment or further clarification, or if that is covered under the current wording. I'd look to the CAO or the clerk on that, and then I will take the other comments. Sonia?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think since the question is procedural about whether there would need to be a change to the motion, I would refer that to the clerk, please.
Certainly, through your worship. I guess my question is, would be additional funding required to add that to the consultant's mandate?
Martin, would there be additional cost to that?
Through you, Mayor, or to you, Mayor Saunderson, I think that if it's about just different mechanics of getting value out to the residents, I think that could be included within the consultant's role. I think as CAO Skinner mentioned, I think the opportunity for us to look at other opportunities to address the objective, I think that would probably be outside of the role of the consultant and could be done without any extra funding. I would like to take the opportunity certainly to review that with a potential consultant just to confirm that is in fact the case.
Okay, well, I think based on that, we can proceed on the motion as is, and Martin, staff would get back to us if there is any change in the contract price for the consultant. And I think I saw Councillor McLeod and then Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious to know whether we have received or whether the county has received information on the legalities that were raised regarding bonusing and so on earlier this spring.
I can pass that through the clerk, and we have received an opinion. Sarah?
Certainly, through your worship to Councillor McLeod, we did receive an opinion from our solicitor, and he's confirmed that there would be no contravention of municipality undertaking such a project or program.
Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, the part of providing value to residents, which I guess this resolution has two parts to it. One is value to our local businesses, 12% of them, and the other is a value to residents because we'll put money in their pockets. So for me on that point, it is not important to give value to residents because I feel that I'm not supportive of taking our taxpayers' dollars, their tax dollars, and giving it back to them, whether they're in need of funding or not. Just, you know, I'm totally in favor of, you know, for people in need, providing funding, but generally, if people don't need it, I don't want to give our money to those. Like I don't think anyone on council, for example, and anyway, I won't get into that. All right. So when I heard your suggestion, Mr. Mayor, I thought, okay, I could support that part of it. And so to me, I would ask the motion be divided in, or the resolution to be divided in two. One would be the part that's there now. And the second part would be, and I'm sure it would be either a different consultant, or if it was the same consultant, there'd be more money involved, but a consultant to explore other opportunities to give value to businesses, because I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that involves an amendment, but I'll look first to Martin to give us an idea of fleshing that out. I guess in terms, as I understand Councillor Hamlin's amendment, she's looking at retaining another consultant to come up with an alternative idea to generate the same return.
Through Mayor Saunderson, in terms of exploring other ways of meeting the same objective, I'm not sure at this point if a consultant is actually required or if it's just a bit more brainstorming by staff and perhaps even calling back some of the action team members. And the reason I say that is a consultant requires certain parameters around what they're actually trying to do. And right now, while there are a number of other ideas, we don't have a tight enough parameter around what those could be outside of this idea of getting this cash coupon out that this individual consultant could take a look at. So that's the only caution I would present in terms of having a consultant that specifically, that they were given specific direction to go after a consultant. Certainly in terms of exploring other ideas, I would turn to CAO Skinner just to confirm this, but that is certainly something that as part of what's in the staff report, we have included comments there that would certainly allow staff to go out and explore other opportunities.
Sonia?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I totally agree with Martin's assessment of the situation. I think that if we want to look at other options to provide value to businesses, for example, more brainstorming with staff and potentially with the task force members, I think would be warranted and is provided for in the recommended motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hammond, do you want to move forward with the amendment, or is that sufficient?
Well, because I don't want to vote for what's in front of us, but I would like to vote for staff to review other options to provide advantages to businesses of a similar kind. I would ask for that to be another recommendation.
So you know what I think Councillor Hammond will do is call the vote on the resolution as it is. It's defeated. Then you can bring back that portion of it because this motion it does incorporate what you're asking for. And I guess what it will turn on is whether or not we invest $2,500 in the consultant. And if we don't, then I'll come back to you and you can put the other part on the table.
That makes sense.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments, council? Seeing none, then I will call the vote. All in favor of the recommendation as it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? And that is carried 6-3. All right. Thank you. Martin, we'll pass it back to you then for action item 6, coordinate and support social services.
There we go. All right. The final action team recommendation, coordinate and support social services, had as its core objective, let me just slide here, access to resources that enable people to support one another, increase control over their health, and build an equitable, vibrant, economically prosperous community. And this action item goes back to Adam's opening comments around the importance of recognizing the social support services that are required to have a thriving community, which in turn means a thriving workforce. The staff recommendations really are continuing much of the work that has already been happening under the leadership of certainly Jennifer Parker and the overall Parks, Recreation, Culture team. And that involves continuing to support 2-on-1 as a front door to social service delivery, continuing the facilitation of the social services roundtable, which has been a huge point of collaboration amongst the different organizations. And you'll note that includes the opportunity for staff to come forward and vet and prioritize requests for the town emergency funds related to any of the observations or requirements that come out of the roundtable. And last but not least, to include the investigation of and decisions related to the creation of a community foundation. And once again, this is something that in the next item on the agenda, we'll get more detailed as part of the community-based strategic plan. That concludes my comments on this action item.
Thank you, Martin. And I will look to the audience if there's any comments on action item 6 from our audience. Sarah?
Our attendees are getting lower, but it does not look like anybody is wishing to speak to this item.
Thank you. And please tell the ones that are still here, hang in there. So the action item 6, it's moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Berman, with the following recommendations to action item 6, coordinate and support social services be approved. Number 1, continued support of 211 as the front door to social service delivery, including town communication campaigns under budgeted communications funding. 2, continue facilitation of the social services roundtable by PRC staff to grow and solidify the network of knowledge and resource sharing. For project 6.3, which is to support the establishment of the Collingwood Foundation. The refreshed draft strategic plan will include the investigation of and decision on the creation of a community foundation intended to align, focus, and leverage funding for the betterment of the well-being of the community and residents. And 4, in the interim, to ask the Social Services Roundtable to collectively vet and prioritize requests to the town for emergency funding or other supports, and that any financial contributions be considered in the spirit of a matching grant program with private contributions. So it's now on the floor. Are there questions or comments on action item 6, Council? Councillor Comey. You're muted, Councillor Comey.
It's getting late and the kids are getting noisy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Not sure if this is for Martin or not. I was never a fan of the wording that we're saying to our community groups they can come to us with the spirit of having raised matching funds. And I thought that was something we addressed many meetings ago. So I'm not sure how that wording is back with us now or what the thought was on that.
Martin or Sonia, I don't know who wants to answer that question.
To Mayor Saunderson, I'll perhaps pass this on to CAO Skinner, as I know this is a important action item related
Okay.
to her efforts.
Sonia, we got you on mute there. There
Thank
you
you.
go.
Thank you, Worship. I actually had an unstable internet connection and it had kicked me out. So I just heard the end of the question. If I could please hear it again.
Councillor Comey.
Most certainly. CEO Skinner, the question was, again, the verbiage here to our community groups is come to us if you're in need of funding, but with the spirit of having raised matching funds. That's how I'm interpreting it. I'm wondering where that came from, why we feel they need to come to us in the spirit of having raised matching funds.
It's in the last bullet.
Yes, sorry, I just needed to look at it again. I think that it has come forward. There was some discussion at the task force about people in the community who were interested in potentially matching. And then at one point there had been a proposal around matching funds or the town contributing to a program that would match funds from other donors. And the staff recommendation here is that where we are matching, where we are looking at investing in a social service, that the spirit of it is that we're not the only people in supporting the endeavor, that there are others in the community who may be interested in supporting that endeavor as well.
I appreciate that response. I want to be clear, we're not saying, let's say, for example, the two grocery programs that the fund has already helped serve, and they say the word comes through the community task force, they are running low. And if they're spending right now at, let's say out of CCI, $1,000 a week to feed families in need, and they've run out and they find themselves in front of the town. Are we going to say, well, that's great, but you have $1,000, to match that? Is that a requirement?
Director, CAO. I can't get that word out of my head.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I would not have thought of that as a requirement. I think if someone had come to the town and said, I want to start a grocery program and I want you to pay for 100% of it, council may have asked if they had other means of support if we wanted to fully sponsor a certain program, but this was not intended in any way to be a requirement. It was the general spirit is that we're collaborating with the community to deliver things that are important to the community, but not necessarily that the local municipal level would in fact to be the sole funder of a social service that typically wouldn't have been within the mandate of the local municipality. So the idea is that we're facilitating and helping our social services to do the things that they really must do, the really important ones, the ones that have gaps, and where we can, we're helping to leverage good funds from our community as well as from our own taxes. I hope that's clear. It was not meant to be a requirement for funding.
Yeah, I appreciate that response. Then just for final clarification, to date, in terms of funds out of the COVID emergency release fund, the 2.5 million, in terms of actual money out the door, it's still sitting at the $500 each so far to the community groups, and that's the extent of it thus far to each of the two high schools and their grocery needs.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Well, I see Executive Director Culver's gone on. I know that there's been some other activity, but I don't think we've done any others with social services, have we?
Through your worship, no. The cash output to the roundtable has been limited to the request that was made by you, Councillor Comey. And as late as Tuesday of this week, it was reconfirmed that this is not at a point of critical failure for these groups. What they're really, really concerned about is a longer term outlook. And it was sort of mentioned through the task force that the post-pandemic conditions are really what is terrifying most of the social service organizations, that the mental health effects and whatnot over the next 2 years, for example, are really where potentially we're going to see some debilitating issues and events in our community. So really that has been the emphasis of a lot of the conversation around funding of social services from a community foundation, for example. I do also know, and if it helps, that I witnessed on Tuesday collaboration. There was one agency, I really don't want to say names because it's not my business, it's theirs, but one agency that said, hey, listen, we're running out of some resources. And immediately within the chat, another agency spoke up and said, hey, give me a call, I think I can help you. And that's really what the nature of the roundtable is that we have all these groups with varying capacities. Some are being extremely well funded at this time by the federal, the province, the county, and others maybe not know how to get those accesses, or may be struggling and they don't have the same kind of accesses. But we're seeing this roundtable work together to support one another, which was the intent all along. It was increasing capacities by virtue of joining them together in conversation. So Tuesday, I actually witnessed this happen on the chat, and I was like, bang, this is where we wanted to get to. So with that all being said, no, there hasn't been any further outlays of financially from the town to the roundtable. And what we're really trying to do is take the advantage of this roundtable as a vetting source. These guys are on the front line, they know what they need, and they're coming together collaboratively. And if they come to us and say, we found a gap that can't be served by the federal, the provincial, the county, or any of the donor sources that are right now, they're feeling a lot of support. But if they can't get there, then potentially through their collective voice, town council could step up and help them.
I am so appreciative of that answer. It was everything I could have hoped to hear, because on a night where we have collectively voted to spend thousands of dollars on consultants on the economic side, I'm so glad to hear that we have people at the social roundtable with an ear to knowing that this fund was established for social needs as well. So thank you so much for that answer.
Any other questions or comments, council? Seeing none, I just want to comment that I think this has been a very successful initiative, this particular social services sector. And hopefully this is going to be a springboard for, as Dean indicated, the post-COVID coordination of social services in our community, because before now it has not happened. So it's certainly wonderful that the municipality could play that role. And just one final point of clarification. Absent the amount of money that was committed out of the 2.5 million to cover the interest costs from the deferral of taxes and wastewater and water service fees, has there been any other monies committed out of the 2.5 before tonight? I think
Sorry,
yeah, we've got you.
Okay, good. I think I was also stuck again. I have the things that I've seen that have been out of the 2.5 were the deferral of the tax and arrears, tax and penalties on the water, wastewater, and land taxes, the 2/500s, and those were the major items so far. Like, there has not been a lot committed from the total. Our treasurer has left the meeting, so we're not able to ask her for the final details.
Okay, thank you for that, Sonia. That was really what I was going for. So unless there's other comments or questions, I will call the vote on this action item 6. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. I do need to double back to the very initial motion because it covers receiving the report and then sending a letter of official recognition to the task force members. So the resolution reads, and I'll move by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Berman, that staff report CAO 2020-4 review of action plan recommended by the Economic Support and Recovery Task Force be received. And further, that council endorses an official letter of recognition being sent to the task force members by the mayor. So are there any questions or comments on that before I call the vote? Good, let's call the vote then. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. And so that brings us to item 5.5, which is CAO 2020-5 Community-Based Strategic Plan Refresh. And I will pass it over to CAO Skinner. Sonia.
Thank you very much. It's been a busy night, so I hope you'll find this a delightful presentation to take us forward. So the Community-Based Strategic Plan is a vitally important and a foundational town document. It sets out your council vision for the future of the town. And it identifies our important goals, objectives, and action items. Next slide. We've been on a bit of a journey together. There's been significant considerations, and there's a number of folks that should receive thank yous. Clerk Almus had initial leadership and co-leadership through the first half of the project. There's been an immense amount of public input, and I thank those especially who took the time to come to the Coffee with Council, our open house, to respond, to engage Collingwood, and even to send us individual emails on items from the community that they found important. And staff spent an entire day workshopping the goals under the strategic plan, and I think we had significant benefit from that. And while I'm saying thank yous, I'm going to say one to my mother in an unusual display. She actually passed away while I was finalizing this material. And I think she was instrumental for me in developing the type of thinking and writing and other skills that are needed to take on a job like this and to put forward a strategic plan. So a shout out to my mother on this one. Next slide, please. So visions are often underrated and overlooked somewhat, but you can't strategically plan to get somewhere if you haven't articulated where you want to go. Executive Director Culver asks us every day in a meeting, you know, what's our why? Why do you come to work? Why do you sit through a 4 or 5 hour council meeting? And this is intended to be our why. So in a nutshell, it's about people thriving here and living more. The first paragraph talks about residents and visitors having a healthy lifestyle, beautiful and safe settings, active transportation network, inclusive, multi-generational, artful, strong civic pride, an animated waterfront, hub of successful entrepreneurs and businesses with rewarding jobs. It talks about us being leading edge, having progressive community decisions that are accountable and sustainable, and leveraging 4 core strengths that are very important: vibrant downtown and community, a healthy natural environment that's attractive in all seasons, an extensive waterfront that's interconnected with the town, and our strong cultural and built heritage. And if you want to know what we thought when we were writing this and what people in the community had expressed to us in more detail, there's an appendix in the strategic plan that really says what each of these might mean in more detail. So plotting a strategy to get to the vision. So a strategic plan is meant to answer the question, what do we need to do to change our trajectory to move it closer to the vision? So what the plan now does is it focuses on the things that are more difficult, more transformational, and the things that are really important where we need to remind ourselves to stay the course. And it sets, by you accepting this plan or whatever plan you accept, hopefully before this meeting is over, it sets your intention to allocate resources. It would guide, but then of course be subject to your annual budgets as you approve them. Many of the objectives in the 2015 plan actually have substantially moved forward. There's been big decisions made on things like the waterfront master plan, active transportation, And I've made the recommendation upon consultation with the department heads that we actually remove some of the items that are underway. It's not that they've been discarded, but they've been placed in annual operational plans and part of continuous improvement or absorbed into other goals. And I'm going to briefly go through these as though council probably knows each one, but others watching may not. So the first goal is transparent and accountable local government. And the first piece objective is to continuously improve the town's financial context and build sustainability. And what we would do under this goal is to improve our strategic financial knowledge, both with council and with the public, and to communicate it more proactively, and to move forward and successfully invest the asset sale proceeds in the things that you find most important to build toward our vision of the town. The second of the two goals under transparent and accountable government is to enhance the public trust. We want to push on with the public engagement. We want to act on the judicial inquiry recommendations. We in fact want to enhance our emergency preparedness because the pandemic has shown us that we need more pandemic planning, and with climate change and more extreme weather, there's other types of planning that we need to, we're doing well on and we need to continue. And finally, this new one has emerged, which is to engage youth more in the governance approach, including potentially advising a direct advice to council in a two-way learning experience. The second pillar is the public connections to a revitalized world-class waterfront. We all know that the waterfront is one of Collingwood's world-class strengths, and the waterfront master plan set us a vision, and lots of work has already started. However, we do need to make decisions on the future of the grain terminals. Are they an $8 million liability, or are they one of our most treasured community assets? So what we need to do, and Chris, I think that there's a, yes, thank you, is to finalize the waterfront master plan with an update for the grain terminals and the spit and take action. And what this means in practice is to report back to you on the public engagement and next steps based on the white paper, and to start to boldly implement those steps within the next several years. The third pillar is to support and manage growth and prosperity. And our vision is very clear in the second paragraph about a balance between protecting the town's 4 core strengths that are shown in those bullet points and enhancing our already successful entrepreneurs and businesses, including tourism. And we had a lot of community conversations, and growth was linked to all 4 areas of our SWOT, our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And that's why the first piece, which is the update our land use planning and regulatory framework, is so important. I've heard strong support from council and from the public for an official plan review to be completed, and bylaws or direction that allow more certainty for the development community, and also the articulation of our vision for our community so that the development that does happen is in line with how council and how the public see that our community best developing. There's a second action objective on this piece, which is the economic development piece. We've said that it should attract youth, it should support existing businesses, and also emphasize entrepreneurship. So under that, we have in the immediate future, completing the economic action plan, and also a decision on whether and how to proceed with a business accelerator. Number of these, and I heard it mentioned earlier in this meeting as well, are things that need to be looked at throughout Southern Georgian Bay. So I put a caveat on the slide we just left, the green one, that we want to look across Southern Georgian Bay in this strategic, this pillar. On the fourth of the 5 is enhancing community well-being and sustainability. we have a vision of that we are healthy, inclusive, multi-generational, active with civic pride. The components have a momentum, but the town can go further to ensure that every person feels included and to address threats including climate change, environmental degradation, and to also look a bit at the changing set of roles between local and provincial governments, particularly with respect to this coordination and support of social services. So the first objective here is, as we had heard in the last agenda item, to work collaboratively with healthcare, social services, and community groups, to support the groups to identify gaps and collaborate on solutions, and to enhance our community safety and well-being, including delivering the report that the province has required at a yet to be determined date in 2021. This piece also includes the traffic calming study and policy, and there's been quite a bit of conversation today about safe play, safe streets, and those type of topics that would fall under this component. The second objective in this goal is to preserve the town's environment and take action on climate change. So for that, we would demonstrate the town is a green leader in our own operations, decreasing power use, recycling, and the many things we're doing internally. To deliver a climate action plan that includes benchmarking our greenhouse gas results today and making a plan to reduce those in the future for the entire community, the geographic extent of our community, and to baseline and improve our environmental performance measures. This goal is also a strong support of the social elements of overcoming COVID-19. One thing on that last slide, 8, is that Collingwood is not really a good or a commodity, and we do provide services, but we're not really a service. And one of the members of council had told me I should read a book a while ago, and it was related to moving to an experience economy. And I think Collingwood is moving toward being an experience economy, both for visitors and for the people who live here, as a transformational way of living a better life. And some of those pieces do start to talk about that. So slide 9 is the final one. And it was interesting. It's the goal is to encourage diverse culture and arts offerings. And there was some conversation in passing at the last final draft version of the plan that came before you on whether we needed to keep this pillar. And it's very interesting that it has come out as one of the more active and more important goals, given the analysis we've done in the last couple of months. One of Collingwood's strengths, and one that's somewhat rare, is our strong cultural and built heritage and being within an artful, inclusive community. And a key lever for building community inclusiveness is the ability to get residents interacting at a diverse array of community events and festivals. So the why can be difficult to articulate, but our vision is about Collingwood being a wonderful place for people and a rich social fabric. And even the Economic Recovery Task Force talked about arts and culture as an economic enabler for our residents. So what we have is to encourage and grow the arts and culture community. And that includes enabling opportunities through staff facilitation to align and focus funding and to promote the public viewing of arts and culture. And the second objective is to encourage, and where we need to support community events and festivals that enhance our experience of Collingwood. So that means that we would annually plan events and festivals that highlight our culture and heritage. And it would mean that we would recognize and celebrate our growing diversity. And that piece includes displays, events, or festivals celebrating and welcoming Collingwood's diversity, and adopting a town inclusion and equity tool to benchmark where we are right now and measure how we're moving forward on this point. And I want to be very clear that we want to highlight our Indigenous culture in this area, in this section as well. And finally, in implementing our vision, we have talked about those first two parts of the iceberg, the vision and the strategic goals and objectives. However, what's most important is how do we then deliver council's direction using repeatable approaches? So we propose that we will do an explicit annual operational plan with and following the budget. And that what that will ensure is that the annual steps toward these goals and objectives are clear and documented. And it will also bring to light the other operational things and continuous improvements that we've cut from this as strategic items, but are still items that we're going to continue to deliver. The waterfront master plan, the things that are happening under the trails master plan, and things like that you could see in the operational plan. We are going to look at then individuals' annual performance plans, which we already have, and I've suggested that council might want to look at the key things they are going to deliver in any given year, and that we have performance reporting. And finally, should you endorse this plan, or when you endorse a plan, we would, on slide 11, create a clear and camera-ready edition, communicate it broadly, consider in all decisions going forward the strategic priorities that you identify, and make sure that we're delivering the most important things, and incorporate these intentions in our upcoming budget for 2021. And finally, on the last slide is the proposed motion that the standing committee receive the proposed refresh of the community-based strategic plan and recommend that it proceed to council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia, for that excellent presentation. So I will ask if there are any participants in the audience who would like to comment on the strategic plan update presentation.
Through your worship, it doesn't appear that there's any attendees present. There was one individual that was here earlier that provided their comments on behalf of the Collingwood Climate Action Team, supporting the various initiatives, if you'd like to reference that.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. You can send it to me. It was from our Cheryl Daw at the Collingwood Climate Action Team.
I have it here if you'd like me to read it.
Okay, no, I've got it here. Sorry, it's a deputation. So it says, on behalf of the Collingwood Climate Action Team, we are very pleased to see the progressive approach to climate action that the strategic plan proposes, as well as the vision and other goals that will ensure our local government, economy, environment, health, and culture are also sustainable and a model for others to follow. In our opinion, including the use of the word sustainable ensures that thought and care is being considered always with the future in mind. The Collingwood Climate Action Team is willing to be of assistance in the development and implementation of the climate plan in some capacity. We will be involved and will continue to work constructively with everyone. We also continue to encourage council to support the community-based strategic plan refresh. We are fully behind the efforts that are demonstrated in this plan and appreciate all the work that has gone into developing a plan which will make Collingwood a model community. And that's from Catherine Daw at the Climate Action Team. So there are not seeing any other public input. So this motion is moved by Councillor Madigan and seconded by Councillor Jeffrey, that the standing committee receive the proposed refresh of the community-based strategic plan and recommend that it proceed to council for approval. And with that on the table, are there questions or comments, council? Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Through you to CAO Skinner, the tremendous presentation. It's so late in the evening and you really stuck the landing on it and you're really thorough and I appreciate that. Something that really speaks to me and I think the world at large and our community right now is I'm very, very pleased to see that we're certainly saying the words cultural diversity and celebrating it, but there is mention of an actual measurable tool that we're saying as a corporation we're planning on using. And it's quite late, so we can always save that for a council meeting, but I would like to hear no more about that at whatever time you deem appropriate.
Sonia?
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Councillor Comey. Thank you very much. We'd love to come back and talk about that a bit more. And I think it is very timely and we're motivated to push forward with the diversity and inclusion items, particularly given what's happening in the world today.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Council, any questions or comments? I certainly want to commend CAO Skinner and staff for putting together this very, very focused strategic plan. For those on council that were here in 2015, when we did the initial community-based strategic plan, it was a bit of a paradigm shift for this community. And that was our roadmap for the last, for the remaining 4 years of that council. And this vision very much gives us a very focused roadmap that we will use as we move forward to measure all of the actions that we take and how we prioritize what we do and how we measure the various directions we go and the resolutions we pass. I think this is a great benchmark for us and a guiding light for ourselves and our community, because this is very much a community-based strategic plan. So that being said, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. So that takes us to the departmental updates. I'm going to suggest that given the lateness of the hour that we defer items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4, which then leaves us with item 6.1, which is the 2020 Collingwood downtown BIA budget. And we have Susan Nicholson here and possibly Chair Penny Skelton. And so I will pass that over to you, Sarah, I guess, to get everyone, the appropriate people on board here.
I believe they should be here now.
Hi, Sue. How are you?
How are you?
Very well, thanks. Thank you for hanging in there. So we will pass it over to you.
Okay, and I believe our chair is here. I'm just Penny, or
we find Penny?
Yeah,
I'm
I think
here.
she wanted to lead the presentation, so.
I'm here.
Okay.
We can
I
hear
don't know
you.
why I don't have video, but I'm here.
Okay. Do we have the
Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, Penny.
Okay, perfect.
Good.
So if you take a look, if we go to the next slide, the board has gone through a lot as far as reviewing the budget and going through things. Your board of management is concurrent with the term of council. I am the chair. Paul Feather from Fish and Sips is the vice chair. Megan Borofsky, Blue Mountain Vacuum, is our treasurer. Bradley Green is from Trax is our past chair. Alex Ewan from the Collingwood Olive Oil is a director. Dave Conning from Clerksons is a director. And Susan Holden is our newest, second newest member. She's from the classical radio station. And our council rep is Deputy Mayor Keith Hull. Next slide, please. So I think I mentioned when we presented the budget last year, we had gone through last August a board review, one-day, very long day workshop. And we reorganized the way the board functions, and we've organized it into 4 areas or 4 priorities. And the point was to take the board, it had broken down into individual silos. It was one job, one person controlling a part of the budget. Now we have 2 or 3 members on each of the priorities. So we have activation, communication, future planning, and then internal governance. And next slide. So funding for a BIA, for those who may or may not know, since its inception in 1977, the BIA has invested millions of dollars in the downtown core. The BIA investment is in addition to the municipal portion of the commercial tax base generated. And the Collingwood BIA is a successful example of a private-public sector partnership. Next slide, please. So our BIA levy 100% funds the membership, and that's what brings us here this evening. We craft a budget, and that budget is what we're presenting to you to act as the BIA levy, which will go on the last quarter of the year for the tax bill. Currently more than 600 members, which consist of both businesses and property owners. And each member within our boundaries pays this additional tax based on a percentage of the annual BIA budget. And I like to call it taxation by location. So the next slide, please. This year is very different. We have shifted gears several times in terms of both budget and what we're able to do. Normally, we host activities and events such as local live lunch, the farmers market, different things that bring an object to bring masses of people downtown. During COVID, that's not possible. So we're looking at investing our money in another way. We've ordered new banners that simply have our logo on them and say welcome, which will be throughout the downtown core. We are putting a major investment into our Christmas decor this year. We figure that may be the first real shot at having people downtown to shop and celebrate the season. We've been participating with Collingwood Commons. You'll see the little follow me machine there. This is the garbage machine that we've been talking about for a while, which is a major investment that we're looking to take out of our Collingwood Downtown Spring Planting. This was an initiative that came up from one of our board members, Dave Conning, and he said we need to become involved in getting the gardens looking great so that when we open back up, we'll be up and running and beautiful. So we have members of our board and our membership who have volunteered to work in the gardens to do planting. It's a joint effort with Wendy Martin from Green Space. But what we're trying to do is really make the downtown look beautiful this year. So all of these are in plans, and all of these are sort of being organized through a lot of Zoom meetings, for which we have to thank our GM, Sue Nicholson, not only for coordinating, but sitting in on all of them. So next slide, please. So the farmers market, which is one of our major summer events, early in the spring, it looked like it wouldn't happen. We're now at a point where working with Sue and our market manager, Brooke Girdwood, and Sam, our social media hire, are looking at all the logistics and working with the various town departments to see if it's possible to create. And I may ask Sue to give an update on that.
Okay, I would like to thank very much first the cooperation and collaboration with town staff led by Dean Conner and his PRC staff and event staff. We're working through the logistics of bringing the market back to its location at the parking lot. We looked at other alternatives. We looked at the arena. We went through all the processes of what might be the best. It will involve fencing, controlled access, social distancing. It'll be a very different market. I think we should call it an outdoor grocery store, because that's exactly what it will be. It's not a social gathering. It won't be a social gathering place. It will be producers and sellers of food, baked goods. That's the only thing that will be allowed through the orders from the province and the health unit requirements. So we are looking at hopefully getting it running sometime in June. We're just looking at logistics of the labor costs, the extra labor costs, the fencing, the logistics of setting it up. It will be a bit of a hybrid. We're going to try and do some pre-orders for early morning pickup, so that helps assist in controlling the crowds as well. But we really appreciate town staff in assisting us in working through the process. And of course, our market manager, who's been with us for, this will be her 5th year, knows the vendors, knows the market, and has been very helpful in working through this as well. So we're looking forward to bringing it back to the downtown, but we must really stress that it's going to be a very different market.
Thanks, Sue. If we could go on to the next slide. So our actual budget, for probably the last 5 years, due to a variety of reasons, we've been able to maintain our budget at a specific level. And part of it has been growth within the downtown and the number of businesses that are assessed. And some of it has been creative budgeting. We made that commitment again this year. We did go through a process where we were going to cut the budget, and we came back around to saying, no, we need to invest in the downtown. So our actual budget this year is increased from previous years. The actual budget we are presenting is $679,030, but we are not looking to increase the levy. We are looking to transfer from our reserves. Now I need to pull up one other number because somebody I know will ask me how much we have in reserves. We are about to commit a lot of it to this presentation. At the end of 2019, our reserves totaled $281,259. We are looking to commit $190,000 of that to this budget in order to accomplish everything that we feel is important in this extremely important year, not only COVID, but post-COVID. So we are taking 67% of our reserves to make these.
Penny, we lost you there. Have we got Penny back?
2020 budget.
Penny, sorry, we missed that last sentence. If you could take us back.
Well, my last sentence was next slide, but
go before that and tell us what the, I think you were in the sentence talking about the 190,000 you're pulling out of reserves.
Okay. So in 2019, at the end of 2019, our reserve amount was $281,259. So this year we are taking approximately 67% out of reserves in order to invest in this extremely unusual circumstance of COVID and clean.
We seem to be losing.
We lose it. Sue, maybe you could pick it up.
Yeah, I think what we need to realize is that
staff, a 3/4 time person on. Pardon, Sue?
Those reserves are in place to look at long-term infrastructure projects. I mean, we invested over $350,000 of our reserves and took on a $1 million debenture in order to work with the town and upper levels of government on the 2010 infrastructure project. There are still areas of the downtown that haven't had that upgrades to infrastructure. You look at the St. Marie Street, the south of Ontario to Hume, St. Paul Street, which is part of the downtown. So, I mean, those reserves are meant to be built so that we can take advantage of infrastructure projects or infrastructure funding from other levels and collaborate with the town. So this is it's necessary to take these reserves. I think this year, and it's a very exceptional year, but we feel that this investment is really important for the BIA to continue making those investments in this extraordinary year.
So basically our 2020 budget, the expenditures are shown, future planning, one of which is the garden plan that we're looking to do, 52,500 capital expenditures, the events and activities, marketing, promotion, decorating, communications, maintenance, admin, our wages and benefits, our contingency, and our debenture payment. And that's what brings us up to the $679 and $30. Next slide, please. So what are our priorities this year? We are looking to increase the maintenance staff and purchase the street vacuum to ensure the cleanliness of the downtown. We are looking at making a significant investment in the seasonal decor program. I won't say Christmas decorations, but I will say winter decorations that will last us from our Christmas launch through the winter season. And another major one is working through an overall plan for the downtown gardens. This is a study to be done, which will assess all the gardens. We're doing it in cooperation with Wendy Martin from Green Space. We're investing the money to develop the plan that we can then look at. Are all the gardens viable? What should be planted in them? Let's have a plan, and then we can invest rather than just putting things in and taking them out. So the next slide. Long range planning. This is something I mentioned last year. Dave Conning, who is one of our board members and also in the sign world and marketing and branding world. We give him a lot of credit for this. Was his idea that he brought forward for gateway signs. This is still a longer term project for us. We're looking at First and Huron Street and Hume and Hurontario Street. This is not a final design, but this is just sort of, I'm going to call it a teaser to say this is something we could see happen in the downtown in the coming years. And the next slide. Are there any questions? I believe you were circulated a line by line budget in your package. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susan and Penny. We did get the line by line. Council, are there any questions or comments for Penny and Susan on their presentation? Nope, I'm not seeing any.
Nope.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Doherty's holding up a yes sign. So is that yes, I want to speak? Yes, go ahead.
Wrong sign.
Thank you very much. And through you to Penny and Sue, thank you very much for that presentation. One thing that, speaking for myself, I'm so happy to see that there is no fear in making an investment, in fact, an additional investment in downtown Collingwood this year, because as you know, it's that first sight of downtown is a very important part of the experience. So congratulations for that. We have had some discussions if you had been watching council earlier, you will know, as to when the gardens for this year would be going in, when the complete summer plan would be going in, because we are now at June 3rd and summer is basically here.
Thank you for the questions, Councillor Doherty. One thing for us, we do not control the gardens, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say yet. It is within Green Space and Wendy Martin's, but the planting project is something that we want them all to look spectacular all at once. And we're working with her. She's done the ordering of the plants. We're willing to do the labor. We need a go date from her. We had hoped to do it by the end of May. And I'm hoping shortly within June, we'll get the go ahead from her. And Sue may have further information.
I was in a meeting with her this week, and she hoped maybe next week. As I said, we're looking at getting a gathering of volunteers to help do some of the gardens, not all of them. But we have invested in more planting material for some of the gardens that hadn't been in her budget. We need to. If I'll put a request in that you need to give her more staff and more money. Because when I talked to her about a specific garden, she said, I don't have the resources for that. And we need to, if the gardens are important and the downtown is important to the community as a whole, we need to make those investments.
Thank you. That has been discussed this evening, for sure. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Doria. I know CEO Skinner had her sign up there for a while, so I will just follow up with you. Did you have a comment?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just wanted to briefly say it's been a pleasure in my short weeks in this job working with Sue and the BIA on a couple of initiatives. So thank you to her for her work with staff and pushing things forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I've got Councillor Hammond and then Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hammond, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. I have a very specific question about a specific bed. So I'm just going to ask you because, as you know, behind the building the BIA is in is a big parking lot between Town Hall and the Small Business Enterprise Center and the arena. And there are beds that run down there between the parking lot and the arena and along St. Marie Street that are typically looking worse than any other beds. And I'm just wondering if those are part of what will be attended to this year and whether they'll be on the clean it up list.
I can speak to that. There are 3 parking lots where we have borders, and they seem to be the forgotten, I don't know whether we call them forgotten gardens. We certainly this past year, this past spring, as the snow melted, I had staff trying to get rid of some of the garbage that was there. I think we need to have some discussions about the fact that the cost of those beds should come out of the parking reserve. I've suggested that in the past. I think it may have happened that way before, but it's just like the cost of plowing the lots and doing all that maintenance comes out of parking reserves because it's a cost of providing parking. So I think there should be, or could be, a case made for the fact that a separate contractor could be hired to look after those beds, and it could come out of the parking reserve dollars.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much.
Sounds like that could be an item of discussion, I guess, between the BIA and town staff on how we would fund that going forward.
Well, we get that MOU going.
Okay. Yes, and we are in the MOU, and that was mentioned earlier today as well, Sue.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments, Council?
I think Deputy Mayor Hull.
Oh, sorry, I had you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just very briefly, I was going to thank both the chair and the general manager for the report. Echo Councillor Doherty's comments in the as it relates to the investment that's being made this year in taking the money out of reserve as we go through COVID, but more importantly, as we come out of COVID. And then lastly, it's 9:26. Thank you to both of you for sticking it out with us tonight. Much appreciated.
We're closing the show. Apparently, we're the finale.
Is that it? You're the musical act tonight.
Almost. We're hoping you're the finale. Are there any other questions or comments? And I'm going to look to the clerk. Do we need to take, is there some action required here, Sarah, by council to adopt or receive this motion or a budget, sorry?
Yes, through your worship, council will need to approve the budget, and it will be forwarded to the treasurer to put in the tax rate bylaw that's going to be provided on the 15th.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to pick, it'll be moved by the deputy mayor and seconded by Councillor Doherty that council receive the 2020 Collingwood Downtown BIA budget and approve it for, I guess, delivery to the treasurer to be included in the final tax rates. And before I call the vote, I just want to congratulate you on the bold move of bringing the 190,000 out of your reserve to make some very important capital purchases that will see our downtown look spectacular this coming year. So thank you for that. And thank you to your board. So with that being said, I will call the vote then. All in favor? Okay, yes. And that is carried. So thank you very much, Sue and Penny.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a great meeting. I really enjoyed listening to it.
Thank you. This brings us to agenda item number 8, which is other business. And I understand there are some notices of motion. So I will start with Councillor Berman.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have to read this off my phone. Whereas council, staff, and the town's economic support and recovery task force have acknowledged the value of the recently formed social services roundtable as an aid in identifying best practices, critical gaps in community services, and opportunities to leverage funding. And whereas the long-term funding and coordination of social services is not directly within the mandate of a local municipality, and whereas a community foundation is registered charity that creates and invests funds, the income of which is dispersed as grants for projects and services that enrich the community, and the town of Collingwood has identified a community foundation as a potential use of the asset sale proceeds. Now, therefore, be it resolved that council requests staff to investigate the creation of the community foundation or similar entity, including a potential framework for governance and financial scope in advance of the final discussions on use of the asset sale proceeds.
Thank you, Councillor Berman. So that's been, that motion will come up at our next council meeting. Next I have Councillor Hamlin. You have a motion or notice.
I do, Mr. Mayor. By way of introduction, we know, and our council knows and embraces, that Collingwood values and welcomes everyone. Diversity and inclusion are important to our residents. We have heard from many constituents and have seen the online petition that's been circulating this week and now has almost 11,000 signatures on it, asking that council steps up and ensures that this diversity and inclusion is protected. I completely agree, and that we need to take a strong stance on these kind of things. This is why I'm bringing forward a motion to ask staff to investigate further how we can prohibit visible symbols of hate and anti-racism in both private and public spaces, and further, what steps we can take to advance community inclusivity and diversity. So my motion is whereas the town of Collingwood believes in diversity and inclusion and strongly opposes all forms of racism, and whereas the town's strategic plan prioritizes these same principles, and whereas the town is keenly aware of a local petition regarding the flying of flags or other symbols that can be associated with hate or racial intolerance, now therefore be it resolved that council requests staff to investigate and report back on 1, options on how the town can advance and focus on community inclusivity and diversity, and 2, options available to the town to prohibit the display of symbols of hate and racial intolerance in both public and private spaces, having regard to the limited jurisdiction of local government on account of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you, and that will come up at the next meeting. And I have Councillor Doherty. You have a notice of motion.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Worship. Just also by way of introduction, in March of this year, Council received the Urban Forest Management Plan with a 5-year operating plan for enhancement of urban canopy on public lands. However, as identified in the stakeholder survey, 75% of all trees within the town urban boundary are on private property. Thus, by focusing only on trees on public lands in the short term, we run the risk of failing to achieve the benefits of a robust urban canopy. Trees are coming down fast, not just through age and disease like the emerald ash borer, but through construction, renovation, and infill on private lands. To be clear, a private tree bylaw does not prevent the removal of trees on private property. What it does do is ensure that the removal of mature, healthy trees is not done frivolously, and where trees are removed, the property owner is required to replace them. This management plan acknowledged the need to develop a bylaw to protect private trees. However, the recommended timing for completion of a strategy document is only 2022, with bylaw implementation not likely to occur until 2023 or beyond, which is 3 or more years from now. In the meantime, a significant number of development and infill proposals are already on the table. Many municipalities have already instituted private tree preservation bylaws, including Toronto, Ottawa, Burlington, and Oakville, just to mention a few. So in my view, we need to increase the priority of private tree preservation by implementing it at the same time as the highest priority actions to protect trees on public lands. And I urge Council to support a resolution to advance the timing for preparation of a private tree protection bylaw. So my motion would be that Council request staff to report back on the feasibility to advance the timing for completion of a private tree protection bylaw to Q1 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. So that will be dealt with at the next meeting as well. So unless there's any other business, seeing none, I want to thank Council for your attention and for the vigorous debate tonight. It was a productive meeting. I want to thank staff for all the excellent reports that came across. It's a pleasure to deal with such salient and precise reports. So thank you for all that hard work. And with that being said, I will look for the motion to adjourn. Councillor Jeffrey. And all in favor?